And it's like, it doesn't matter. Let's see. Hello, hello. Can everyone hear me at this point? I love to say something. I am saying something. I can't tell if anyone can hear me. It would be nice to have little bars that moved up and down, to indicate your voice. Indicator. Yeah. Oh, there's a little something there. Look at that.
Doesn't do anything different.
Yeah, it does. It shows.
Yeah.
See?
Oh, it does maybe.
Yep. Hi, Ethan. Thank you.
Muting it, muffling it.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Still working
Hello,
on
everybody.
a million things. Let's see. Hello, Gold Panner, Terry. Terry says, good evening, Keith, Eva, and Jim, and folks. Folks, we got folks. Oh, there's other folks. Okay. I'm so confused. Jim was mean to me today. No, we were. Hey, how's it going, Jason? Did you get the package yet? Hello, Lars. Yeah, Jason. Jim and I. It's all these J's, Jim and I were up on a roof today, tearing up shingles. Yeah, you got to be careful. Yeah, it's the do the back. The very front is a focus. Yeah. Okay, that looks like it's got the thing about as level as it's going to get.
About as good as as good as it's going to get.
No, haven't seen anything yet. So I don't know. I haven't been to the post office in several days. Did you send it to the P.O. box or the street address? I may need to go. I know Prospector Trip sent me a package too. Yeah, we had to strip it first, and luckily it's fairly cool. It was only about 60 degrees. P.O. box, okay. Yeah, I haven't been there in a couple of days, so I'll have to go by there. I hope Mrs. Wizard liked the rocks. It just showed up saying the stream is live, and that's 6 o'clock, right on the button. So that's not.
Yeah, if Mrs. Wizard wants more.
Hey, Forrest.
Hi, Forrest.
Okay, just dropping in because he's busy. He's got to go. Nice seeing you, Forrest. You take care of yourself. Well, we took it fairly carefully. It's a fair. What is that? About a 3-to-1 roof?
612. Yeah. So it's half of that. Half of a 12-12. I think it's 6 to. I'm pretty sure it's a 6 pitch.
So that'd be a 2-to-1.
Flower Gold Wizard. I can always send her more. Oh, and by the way, everybody, I just found out the most amazing thing. Did you know that squirrels cannot burp or regurgitate? I am like stoked here.
She's trying to find stuff that isn't terrifying out there. So anyhow, yeah, we're keeping an eye out for other interesting stuff, Jason. I was watching your crush band. I thought it was the show that figured it out. Yeah. I hadn't done any videos this week. We were building the crusher 3 days, I think. And then been busy doing other stuff. And so I just whipped something up, and I use Premiere Pro, which I'm going to see about fixing in terms of not using Premiere Pro anymore. First of all, it's expensive. It's very powerful, but it has this annoying ability to change what it's doing without me having any idea how it did it. I probably click on something or a keystroke or whatever, but what do you call it? The video you may know seemed to be kind of zoomed in a little bit. That was not intentional, nor was it original. The program was doing it. I didn't have time to mess with it. As you know, it just barely got done. Hola, Patrick. We got here, what, about 2 in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had to get some groceries. I had to get some laundry done. So we did that. got the groceries, and then while the laundry was drying, I just quick edited a bunch of clips together from what we did, so you'd have something to look at. Because I don't have the picture within a picture thing here, and so I can't really say, see what we did, you know. But that's what we were doing a lot this week. Jim had a friend who's, he has a friend who has a shop that we used for a couple of days. It's a really nice big garage. But anyhow, squirrels lose their tails as they get captured by a predator. No, I think those are lizards. Yeah, the problem with 8mm film, Lars, is it's really hard to edit. So I'm going to look for a better editing program, something that does what I need, which isn't extraordinary. I don't need all kinds of weird effects or this or that or the other.
If anybody can suggest one, please do so.
This fall.
Well,
Once,
I mean now.
No, I don't want to do anything now.
I know, but if they suggest it, I can research it.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time. Chris says light works. No, Keith, squirrels do too. Really?
Yeah, it'll slip right off.
Oh, you mean the skin comes
Yeah,
off? Oh, okay.
The tail will slide right off.
Well, so the skin and the fur comes off the tail, but the tail itself doesn't come off. Okay, I see. PC. So anyhow, I say this fall, I don't have time to mess with anything. It's going to be a crazy week this week. We should get the roofing done tomorrow. No problem, I would think. Did you have that stuff at your house?
Yep. Okay. It's in pickup already.
Okay, so we should get the roofing done. And let me check here just a second and see if that report has showed up, because we're supposed to get the report from Montana Tech. And if it does, then we're going to see about going over there and discussing it with them and videotaping that. And nope, hasn't showed up yet. But anyhow, that's supposed to be here any day now. They notified me at the end of last week that it's supposed to be here. And sweet. Final Cut Pro X bogus prospecting is okay. Final Cut Pro X. Okay, Gold Panner. Final Cut Pro X and Lightworks are two. But anyhow, so there's that. Got about a couple days of field work. Got a little bit of claim staking. I got to do some work on the declines at Montana B to safe them up a little bit. There's some things that could fall down the decline that I need to make sure don't fall down the decline, especially as a couple of them weigh a lot. And I prefer not to be underneath them.
Oh, Bear, you're such a pessimist.
No, I'm just a coward. So we got that. And the mill there, if you look carefully, you'll notice there is no engine on it. Tell Eva, lwks.com. Okay. But anyhow, so we need to get the engine, the pulleys, the belt, build the engine tensioner, which is not very complicated. And then test it also. So as you can see, we got a really full week. If Montana Tech comes through, I don't know what I'm going to do. It's just going to have to postpone something. But it's looking pretty right now. It'll get, of course, uglier once we start using it. Not yet, man. Looking around, I found somebody wanted to sell me like nameplates for like $20 each. It's like, no. Okay, smoking. But anyhow.
Well, the licensing is cheaper than Adobe.
So, anyhow, we got a lot of work to do. I did want to get a video. I apologize for the quality of the video, but again, that was about 15, maybe 20 minutes of actually editing there. And then I set it to compile. So it's crude, rude, uncouth, and not formatted properly. For some reason, it'll take me an hour to figure out. So anyhow, that's basically what's going on. After the tinfoil hat report, once the sun has gone down, we have some rocks here that we're going to show you. These particular ones fluoresce. And Chris, this is the one we were discussing over the phone yesterday. And as you can see, by the way, the scratches I made with the carbide are right in here. As you can see, they're not very big scratches, but they are actually there. Knife blade doesn't touch it. Neither does it touch this. And we'll show what the fluorescent looks like when we can turn off lights and it'll be dark. Right now, there's so much sun it wouldn't matter. We've also got some calcite, so you can look at that. That'll be after Eva. Okay, Mr. Fang.
And I've got some agate for Mrs. Wizard.
Yep. And so we've got that going there. The impact mill, the chamber's 8 inches wide, 20 inches in diameter. Going to be running an 8 horsepower motor. I should be able to easily get 200 pounds an hour through it. Depends on how fine a grind. But that's one of the things I want to do this week is to define that. Yeah, how is your mom doing, Mr. Fang? That's correct. I forgot about it. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. So anyhow, we've got plenty of material to test it with because I got over 1,000 pounds of Montana B screened 1/2 inch minus from the dump. And we'll just pulverize the crap out of that to make some raw material for some testing. I also helped tear up about 60, 70 feet of sidewalk on Saturday, a local church here. And so helped out there. And between that and the roofing today, I'm feeling my age, but I'm still hanging in there. Actually, my knees are a little sore. That's about it right now. Yeah, it's a fairly steep roof. I'm not sure would regs normally require
No,
safety on that?
Not on 612.
No, okay. And but yeah, it's the sort of thing. If you put a hard, smooth tool on the plywood, it will slide downhill. But it's not hard to keep yourself from sliding downhill. I would not want to trip and fall and get some momentum going downhill, though that could be bad. Luckily, it's okay, Mr. Fang. She's out in rehab, no clots, but a weak heart. Could be weeks before we see if it improves or not. Okay. Mr. Fang, I don't know why the weak heart. If it's occluded blood vessels, my brother's cardiologist is involved in some research, and they've found that by putting I think it was the good cholesterol was what they were using. They were just infusing them with massive dose of that, and it acted like Drano. And they said we have people that were hardly able to move and are now jogging. So there's some interesting stuff. Well, that's pretty much like anywhere on this planet. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. Well, we got all the roofing off and in the dumpster, got the OSB cleaned, and put the, what do they call that stuff now? It's not the
Oh, it used to be tar paper. Now it's a fabric of some kind.
yeah, it's some kind of reinforced plastic fabric thing. I don't know. It takes the place of the felt. But that it's so annoying because you just tend to be. And this guy here, he's in there using a hammer stapler sort of thing. And so as I'm sitting there trying to hold the roll and he's going bang, 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 I'm going ching, ching, ching.
Slip inch, inch, inch.
Oh, man. Pain in the butt. But anyhow, it's excellent exercise. I'm going to need to be in the best shape I can get for this summer. We've got a lot to do. Never go up on a roof that's more than your age. A 65 roof? I'm not sure what it... It's only about 6 feet to the ground. Maybe about 7.
Yeah, about 7.
About
I suppose,
7
in
on the back
gutters,
there.
so that we can come off the shallow side.
Yeah. Well, that's the side we're working on. The high drop on the other side, which is about an 8-foot standard sort of thing.
Oh, I think it's more than that because
More than
that
that?
driveway's sunk.
Okay.
That garage is deeper than you think it is.
And in inches. Oh, well, I made a mistake. Forrest says so. But anyhow, so we'll get to that. It was interesting when I was doing the sidewalk because, it has a lot of similarities to busting rock, how so many people don't understand how to do it really efficiently. For example, never break it up any more than you have to throw it away. These people that take the jackhammer and make little pieces like this, totally inefficient. Then you got to pick up a bunch of pieces, just bust it up into something like that. And then you can just chuck it, And also they were pleased when I showed them once you've cut through the sidewalk side to side, you can pry it up with some big pry bars and just give it a couple whacks with a sledgehammer and life becomes a lot easier. The young bucks especially were enjoying that. We got some that are late teens, early 20s sort of thing. How young guys like to break things when they have permission. It was all right. But yeah, I got a lot of exercise. Got a blister. Oh. But I'll survive. So anything to report on your stuff, Jim?
Not really. I'm meeting with, I'll get in here, meeting with some geologists on the 13th and have some working on one of my copper projects. So that'll be a week-long or so ordeal with some mapping and pulling some assay samples and some things.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, nothing really. Try to get out metal detecting here pretty quick now that snow is gone. So we're leaving. At least it's leaving.
It seems to be. It was snowing up in the Elkhorns yesterday, though.
Yeah, I saw even the pass they had snow in the pass.
Yeah, because I was
for a little while.
We were at Canyon Ferry at this. We got these rocks at the White Earth Campground, and it's called the White Earth Campground because most of the rocks are chalk or limestone or things like that, and giving it a very white appearance. And it's over there near the Elkhorns and the upper elevation. What are those right over there? About 8,000 feet or something?
The Elkhorns?
Yeah, right over there.
They might even be a little over 8.
A little over 8?
Yeah. No drill samples yet. That'll come with once we get some more of this mapping done. That's ideally, Chris, what we're looking for is where we're going to sink a drill. So we're trying to be really precise on figuring out exactly how we want to drill it so that we can, get the best bang for the buck.
Well, lots of bucks with a drill.
Yeah, it's going to get expensive real fast.
What do you have any idea what is drilling now? I mean, what's your mobilization and your per foot?
Well, your per foot, if you're going core drilling, can be up to $100 a foot real fast.
Mm-hmm.
If you can do reverse circulation drilling where they're just pulling the chips and screening it and pulling your samples as you're going down.
Yeah.
That's about 60 to 65 bucks a foot.
Really?
So
I remember when it used to be 10.
yeah, well, not anymore, like everything else.
Yeah.
Maybe bear should be coming.
Well, that's what we're going to do eventually, Chris. But right now, we're trying to just take a good opinion of how much money do we need to push into this before we get real crazy. So we're going to be doing some underground sampling. We've opened up some more portals up there, and we can get back, I don't know, give or take 500 feet into the mountain on the portals. And so we're going to do some underground mapping and sampling further, beyond what we've already done. The property right now, I've got it set up as 25 claims.
Yeah.
So it's, at 20 acres per claim, it's, give or take 500 acres.
Almost a square mile.
Yeah, and I plan on, building onto that even, maybe.
Now, inside the mountain, is this mainly a high grade, fairly confined structure? Or is this like more disseminated mineralization? Or both?
It's some of both. There's defined structures on about 500 feet apart on two different portals, and the middle section of it is a real mixed up conglomerate of basically a skarn on the top of the ground.
Yeah. So, but they think that there's potential ore grade mineralization between them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what we're doing, Chris. We're trying to entertain some juniors, but we've also had a company that is operating right now currently in Montana that's also looking at it, and they would kind of like to add it to their deal. So hopefully we can move this thing into some kind of a lease or a buyout or, some mining proposal. And that's what we're trying to do is, bring the property forward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and it was quite a find. And this was one, guys, that I was prospecting following mineralization, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later here tonight. But I started, taking samples from a couple sites and noticing some things that interested me on it, and kept going with it, and finally tracked it to a zone that when I looked at the old dumps, the dumps didn't show me what I would have really liked to have seen, but I thought the one dump was interesting. So I decided it looked like the portal, I could get in it easy enough if I spent, 2 hours digging. So I got a pick and a shovel, and I went back up there, and I opened one portal, and I went in there. Got a friend of mine up there with me, and I said, I'm going to go in for 20 minutes. If I'm not back out, panic. And I went in, looked around, and the mineralization was unbelievable in this thing. And I'm like, why didn't they take it? And I came back out, and I said to him, why don't you go in there and see what you think? I said, pay attention to the second crosscut on the right. Look in there and see what you think. And he went in, and he doesn't like being underground a lot, but he's a good mineral guy. And he crawled in there, and he didn't come out. And I told my dog to go in and get him. And she went in, and she didn't come back out. And I thought, oh,
damn,
boy,
bears.
So I scurried back in there again, and he's back there, and he said, Jim, I've been underground in a lot of mines. I ain't never seen anything like this. And I said, I know. That's what I said. I can't even wrap my head around what it actually is, how it rolled over in there. And it was quite a kind of a neat story, because I've had multiple geologists I've been trying to work with up there and look at it. And every one of them is like, how did you find this? And I said, I opened that portal. Had I not opened that portal and went in there, I probably would have walked away from the property as well. And we figured the portal probably hasn't been open since early turn of the century, 1910, 1920. So it got completely missed in history, and nobody else noticed the geology of that area. So it's an area that was completely missed because The original miners who drove those portals and those shafts in there, we started looking back, and they quit about 1890, about the time the economy collapsed in the silver market. And so nobody's even looked at it probably since that time, for the most part.
So, when are you gonna bring us some video?
Well, we'll get
bring us
some.
some video.
We'll
So
get
the
some.
moral of the story here is always open the portal if you can.
Well, if you can, I mean, you definitely want to check dumps and look for mineralization, trend lines and things. And that's something I'm going to talk about tonight, because even as a metal detector or somebody that's kind of interested in looking at hard rock gold or looking at some hillsides, we actually have it lined up. That's one of the things they're going to do, Chris, is they have a new thing they do that's even better than IP. It can give them more depth and better mapping. I'm not even sure what they call it. It's like IR something, I believe. That's what we're going to be up there doing here. So
It's somewhere near Helena. I'm not sure how far away.
within about 60 miles.
There you go. So that's it's not too far away.
No.
Where is this located? Okay, I can understand why you did that again. Yeah.
Where is it located?
So, yeah, I say we'll try and get some video from there and kind of. Do you think you'll be able? Will these people let you take some video?
I think so. I mean, it's my property. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try to do some things that, and then eventually here. I got to talk to Bryce there, but we're going to try to do some placer video up at their place too. We kind of had discussed that last week, and
so we're going to try and get some more videos from a number of different things. Say I've got at least 2 small to modest size mines, nothing earth shaking or whatever. That we still have to sample and probably claim. I've got to do a lot more sampling in Montana B, do some safety, do some access so we could start hoisting stuff out of there and moving some bulk tonnage. And we've got the results from Montana Tech, which should be here any second now.
yeah,
And
one of these days.
And hopefully we'll be able to come up with a good extraction technique for that and get going on that. So it should be a pretty busy summer here.
Yeah,
we're still doing a little of the snow twiddle here, but not bad.
Well, no, I think
it's
another
snow at your place right now.
Well, I haven't been up there since a week ago Friday, but it was still 3 feet deep up there then. But now we've had that rain and that wet snow, and it hit 82 degrees here on Friday, so the snow will be coming out. We think it'll be obvious enough with what we already know and doing the electrical studies, Chris, that we should be able to, get in there and lay out at least 1 or 2 lines of drill and start some. And we permitted to do some drilling as well as some excavation, run some trenches across the hillside, and to fix a road and to rebuild a couple of portal entrances and open up 2 more portals that are there that fall within the parameter of our, what our main target is. So we're waiting for the final sign off on the paperwork, but we're ready to go here, kind of.
Do you have a camcorder?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I can probably do some.
And I can do
editing.
some short ones even with my phone, and
Yeah.
give them right over to you too.
Yeah, I say
So
as long as I can get it as a video file on the computer, I can edit stuff theoretically.
right.
But we're working to try and get some fun videos for you guys this summer.
Yeah, there was a lot of old workings when we started really dissecting the area, but nothing. It was all shallow. It was all in the oxidized zones, and why they never tried to come in and go deeper, we're still wondering. Short of the fact that they were high grading it in those days for the highest grade ore they could, and doing the least amount of work, because it had to come out of there with mules or an old wagon.
Well, were they going for the copper, or were they going for gold?
They were going for the copper, but it just happens to have gold and silver in it. Yeah, they were taking oxide ore out,
and not the sulfide.
Nope. Huh. And that's what's interesting about it.
Yeah,
because they never tried to come in deeper to go to the sulfides.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what the chemistry, what it was available in 1880s, 1890s. I do know that from one of the mines that we have, that the ore was being shipped. It could have been direct smelted. That's possible.
Sure it's direct smelting.
Yeah, it was being sent downriver to Kansas City, and there they were reloading it on ships and sending it back to Wales, England. That's how rich it was. And I mean, we've got a lot of tests in the oxides. The copper content's running as high as 52%.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's just incredible.
What kind of minerals are you looking at? I mean, most oxides don't have that much copper in them. It is a pure mineral. Let's see.
You've got quite a bit of chalcopyrite, but then you've got chalcocite.
There's something called chalcocite, right?
Yeah. And then there's another one that's black, just real black in it.
Not familiar with that one.
I should have wrote that down. You kind of caught me off guard there, but
is there any native copper in there?
No, we're in the oxides. I mean, possibly if we got deeper into the sulfides.
I would think that would be something that was reprecipitated.
But it's really an interesting.
Was there any
Cooperite? There you go, Chris. Thank you. It wasn't clicking.
Cooperite.
Yep.
Is there any chances of gem quality turquoise or malachite or anything like that?
I haven't seen any in there yet. I mean, there's always that chance in an oxidized zone that you could have some real pretty malachite. But no. I mean, there's plenty of staining when you walk in where it's, there's been moisture over the years. It's just, I got one room I call the blue room because it's just blue. The azurite, the azurite is just phenomenal.
Well, have you considered in your negotiations to have the option to pull gem quality materials, basically divert that for you if it's compensated for by the copper credit that it would get?
I haven't thought about it, but
well, I mean
that would be
gem quality azurite and malachite. That's some pricey stuff.
Yeah,
and a few tons of that would be a few.
If you find good quality,
few dollars in your pocket.
Yeah. And there's some quartz dikes in there. I mean, it's really an interesting, mineralization area.
Yeah, I say that's something that I say if you're getting, a big chunk of cutting grade malachite, and you can just essentially pay them the copper value to get that, and then you can sell it on the market.
Yeah, that'd be a good concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, and turquoise too.
Because they aren't going to be mining it for gem quality stuff. They're just going to throw it in the crushers.
You're right. Yeah, that's just going to go to processing.
Yeah, and so as long as they get the copper at zero cost, I wouldn't see why they'd have a problem.
It's really, it's been interesting because the mineralization on part of it is very, very similar to Butte, and why it got missed, or nobody ever went back to it is interesting. Why the history lapse, and nobody, even the geologists at the Bureau of Mines were like, how come that wasn't marked? It's not on any old maps.
The old guys didn't want anyone to find it, and they died.
That's true, but some of the mapping that was done, by USGS and stuff was done later on where, there's a portal or an adit, and, there's a shaft. And so on the actual county, the map of the area, a lot of those exist. And in this case, this whole area it was never marked.
Hard to tell.
They never identified it as having portals and holes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the gold is there, Ethan, somewhere, and that's kind of what I've done is tried to hunt, where's the gold off to the side, because copper usually definitely has gold.
Chris says, who was the USGS surveyor for that region?
I don't know, Chris. That's something I never went looking up. But so much of the area was mapped because of all the placer and all the gold, that why this little area in there was completely left off the maps is interesting.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
the survey guy.
Well, it may be that, they thought about claiming it for themselves or something and kept it off the map.
Well, the mortality rate back then probably sent a lot of secrets into oblivion.
Yeah.
Because, people were a lot more secretive by nature than they are nowadays. People are just tell everything.
That's,
but then they died and boom,
that's possible, Chris. It could be in some report we haven't found yet, but I mean, we've
metal
looked at
detecting
a lot of the reports and went through and looked for even college thesis papers that were done in the area and things like that. And none of this little area is marked at all. It's just, it's just an interesting question.
What is the access to it? Is it
Good access, really good access? That's, and another question is, how did it get missed?
Well, yeah, I say that's
Yeah, it's not up somewhere on a side hill 3 miles off a road. It's
right there.
It had a road going to it.
That's what we call a clue.
Yeah, well, yeah.
No, I say it sounds really interesting.
And that may very well be. But even at the point of World War II, the guys who knew about it would have been old, is my guess. I asked one of the old ranchers up there, and he just passed away this winter at 101 years old, and he said none of those portals, as far as he knew, had ever been opened that he could remember back to the 1920s or 1920 something.
Hey, metal detecting, that sounds interesting. Now this was hard rock. You said you found a mine as opposed to a placer deposit, so I guess you're talking a mine. And I presume you have a video out on it.
Cool.
And are you sure it's gold and not, say, chalcopyrite or something like that? I mean, I'm not being mean here, but just curious. Hard rock, yeah.
If I live long enough, Terry, there might be a book.
Yep. 1914 is the year he expects.
Yeah.
Possible.
Wow.
Yeah, that's huge. Make sure
That'd be pretty exciting.
Have you got a claim on it? Because if you don't, you should be doing that
right
tomorrow.
Now that you're home.
Yeah. No videos, nothing like that till you got a valid claim on it and everything's filed at the county recorder's office.
Yeah.
And the stakes are in.
Yep.
Yep.
If it's that good,
Yeah.
get on it.
Yeah. Don't show a video until you've got it nailed down. Yeah, and I agree with Chris. Don't crush it.
Yep.
If you've got that kind of stuff, take it out as big a chunks as you can and consider slicing it. I mean, that specimen grade like that you can easily sell sometimes for 5 to 10 times the entrained gold value. Absolutely. Yeah, and I agree with Ethan. If you got something really valuable, don't rely on the small miner waiver.
No.
Just pay the fees. Once they take the fees, they pretty much have to renew the claim. But they can jack you around on that small miner waiver. Ask me how I know. But anyhow.
Yeah, Terry, I know that. I've been keeping notebooks for the last, 10 years. I keep notebooks and I basically write down what I've done every day and where, what I looked at. And so I got a huge stack of notes from plastering and, working on equipment on some other sites and testing other properties. And
Yes. Now I agree with Chris on that too. Metal detecting. You take the video of the staking process and the time and date. Your cell phone too. What's the time and date and everything, whatever it is, and that way you've established an actual record that at this date, at this location, these stakes were in the damn ground, and then you go and file it.
A note on that: there is a free app for smartphones called Timestamp. The Timestamp app will put the time, the date, and the GPS location of whatever picture you take right on the picture. Excellent.
There's another one also
Yeah.
that we were using.
Good for you, metal detecting. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing is, if you got something valuable, you can assume someone will want to take it from you.
Yep.
Yes, and therefore you need to cover your butt 6 ways from Sunday. Do not do this small minor waiver. Pay the fee. Document the staking. Of course, when you're recording everything, you've got paperwork. If you can, I don't know in Arizona now, but it used to be I would go into the public room there at 1 North Central or whatever it is, and actually hand them the paperwork, hand them the money, wait for them to stamp it, received, paid, give me the receipts and the stamped copies. Then I walk out. No questions asked. Okay. I mean, it's like, no, it's done.
Right.
No BS.
Right. You physically made sure it's done.
Yeah.
And that's what we've done also, is physically make them do it while you're there.
Yeah. And then when they hand it back to you, it's like, here's the stamped.
The other thing is,
copy.
if there is an issue, usually it'll come up right there. If you didn't do something right, they'll look at it and you could get it basically certified right there.
Yep. And yeah, I say if it's a valuable claim, treat it as such, because that's where a lot of these things get lost.
Yep.
And as Chris mentioned, also note where the sample was, what it looked like, blah, 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 so that you can say it's a valid discovery. Putting stakes in the ground, filing papers at the courthouse is not the procedure. The procedure is making a discovery, then putting stakes in the ground, then putting stuff at the courthouse. If you don't have a discovery, none of the rest matters. So that Chris was very good there. So, show exactly where your sample is, what you're getting, etc., so you can prove your discovery. Yep. And oh, you betcha, metal. And say just assume greedy people will try and steal your gold mine. That's the way it works.
Well, or if it becomes that good and you haven't put, maybe some claims around it, or we kind of, made a little security area around it. If you made a flaw in that paperwork and somebody else moves in there and discovers what you're discovering, they may be able to get that claim out from under you. They'll, take you to court or whatever, and they're gonna own it at that point. If you made one mistake, they're gonna own it.
Yeah. The other thing is too, see where the structure is going, and see if multiple claims might be beneficial.
Yeah, because a big mining company might come after it too if it's really good stuff.
A good idea, Chris. I like that comment.
Yeah. As I say, there's just a lot of little things here that a smart lawyer with a good bunch of money can make your life hell if you're not real careful about these things.
Yeah. You want to make sure that it's all proper.
Yep. And with the BLM the way they are right now, they might try and make your life difficult too. Okay, when you say take the placer first, you mean
surface
stake
material.
the placer
Stake the
first?
placer and then stake the load.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's additional thoroughness, but yeah, there is actual questions
It's
at
redundant.
BLM about that.
Yep.
But if you got everything covered, there's no question. It doesn't matter what if. All ifs are covered, therefore it's covered.
Yep.
Yep. Good point, Chris. That's why we like Chris around here.
Yeah, no, that is a very good point.
I hope
You
we've
know.
been very helpful for you, metal detecting. Really wish you the best of luck on that. If we can be of any help, let us know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris is coming.
Yeah. If you find an old ore dump, you have to stake placer first. Yes. But yeah. I don't think Chris does. We can, I'm sure we can figure out a communications form so you can get to him, but yeah. And yeah, it just, if it is a really juicy deposit, yeah, people will try and take it from you. Guaranteed.
Chris says, nope.
Videoyahoos.
Videos.
We're the Videoyahoos over here. I'm the prime Videoyahoo. Oh. You go ahead and take over just a second. I can get my back scratched here. It's driving me crazy. Usual spot, little one. Oh,
The
man.
usual spot.
So
Right?
the camera. Yeah, Chris, that's been my thing is, I wished I would have taken more video and more pictures when we were really at it, mining hard. But, you're busy and it's a business for me. So it's like, yeah, but now that I look back, and especially now when I see a lot of videos that are out there and watch what some of these guys are doing, I'm like, darn it. It really would have been neat to have that particular thing on camera, from back a few years ago.
I don't know. Did we ever get a picture of you, Chris? I don't know if you're on any of my videos from when we were up there. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't, but
I wouldn't be
by your
surprised if
choice.
we didn't either, because Chris likes to be an international man of mystery.
Ah, okay. So he's going down to Nogales, huh?
International men of mystery do not like to be filmed.
Well, I think it's a neat idea to film it,
Yeah.
I'm sure someday even your kids or whatever, somebody will appreciate it that you did take the time to film that.
Yeah, I think you were working that little creek there, Chris. Yep. But anyhow, and by the way, for those who don't know, I was up at Chris's claims a couple of years ago. He's an amazingly good host. He did an amazing good job. So we want to thank him again for that.
He's a totally cool person. We had great Mexican food one day, and he bought us ice. Ice is always good.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, he was like there almost every day and brought us supplies and stuff. It was at the back of a Forest Service road a ways. How far is that, Chris, from the pavement? Seems to me it was about 8 miles, something like that. Well, yeah, you could visit here too. But yeah, I think it was, God, what was it, 6-8 miles down that Forest Service road or something, little one?
Yeah, at least. Though it
Hauling
felt
a
like
trailer.
37, and calling that thing a road is abysmally over optimistic.
Yeah.
This isn't even the trail of a drunken deer, okay? No truck should have
5
ever
miles.
been on that road.
Yeah, well, semi trucks go on that road, little one, and they're called logging trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, logging truckers are insane, okay? That's all there is to it. They're insane.
Okay,
They have
no
death
dispute there.
Job to do.
Yeah, they are a special breed.
wish. They are insane. They have a death wish, okay? I don't.
Sometimes, Ethan, sometimes it's right next to it and nobody notices it.
Oh, I've been in a lot of areas, Ethan, that everybody bypassed because there was old workings and they think it's mined out. And we took some fabulous gold out of some of those areas, and you're just like,
No, they all assume if it's that close. Yeah. No, another, just a little side note, with the, it's not where you might expect it sort of thing, it's where you don't expect it.
Yeah.
They did a study years ago where they took male deer and they put radio collars on them before deer season.
mm-hmm.
Where did they go once the shooting started?
Probably out to the edge of a hayfield somewhere out in the open and where they could see.
No, in the brush right next to the frickin' highway.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, they went next
Elk
to
would
the
do
heavily
that,
traveled
too.
roads and hid in the bushes
laid
there.
in the ditch somewhere.
And they know it's like there's no hunters here. You know, they don't know why. It's because can't hunt from a road. But
Backyards.
yeah,
Yeah, Chris.
we saw some this morning.
Here in town, they just move into town.
Yeah, no, we how many were out there this morning?
7.
Seven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said they're there every day. He said,
Yes.
yeah, they.
Oh, sleepyhead! I offered to let you come.
Well, I saw a fawn when we were driving back last night, remember?
Yeah.
Probably a fawn. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a late season.
Well, we
fawn.
saw.
Right.
Where did we see that antelope the other day?
In amongst the cows over coming
Yeah.
back from York Road.
York Road.
Bridge.
Okay, coming down out of the hills
Yeah.
there.
There was
Before you
a
get to the
pronghorn
city.
antelope eating in the middle of one of the calving herds.
Yeah,
Just
that's
in
right.
amongst the middle of the calves.
Yep.
They're safe there.
Yeah. And
Take-
yeah, so I don't think we're going to see much in the way of elk down below what 5,000 feet or
you'll
something
see
until winter.
you'll see elk coming and going, especially when it gets green now.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They'll head when it gets really, really hot and dry. They'll head high into the mountains, but until then,
How is Army surplus for rope climbing equipment? I would think if it's military surplus and it was something that you can see the damage, like in a harness or something like that, you'd be pretty safe to do it. You know, carabiners, if there's no visible damage, they're probably pretty strong. Actual climbing rope, on the other hand, the strength of the rope is inside the outer covering. So you can have some damaged rope and it not be visible at all. So when it comes to all the gear, I wouldn't be too worried about it. But when it comes to the rope itself, if it wasn't coming off a spool, you know, obviously brand new stuff,
Yeah.
I'd be concerned. Okay. And it also depends if you're rock climbing where you're climbing ahead of your support. You fall, you hit the rope, it stretches and it absorbs the shock and it takes a fairly high instantaneous load. On the other hand, if you're rappelling, where you're just lowering your body weight down the rope, you don't get those shock loads. By the way, the most common way that people die in rappelling is failure of the anchor, because a 3,000-pound rope rarely breaks. You know, but
Climbing rope is not that expensive on Amazon.
No,
Yeah.
new ones make sense because
and
that to save $100 on a rope.
Yeah.
Versus the emergency room or the funeral, you're better off with the new
talk
rope.
to you in a second, Jimmy.
Oh, cremation
Um,
is cheap.
Yeah. The other thing is, if you're going to be rappelling down shafts, don't use climbing rope, use static line. Climbing rope is designed, as I said,
Stretch.
you're ahead of your thing, and so when it falls, it's designed to give and stretch and absorb that impact
It's
so you
hard to
don't break
climb.
yourself. But it's a pain in the ass when you're lowering yourself over a thing and it's stretching.
Yep.
Yeah, that sucks. So get what's known as static line, and it doesn't have that kind of stretch to it. It's designed not to give. Let's
Yeah.
see.
They are rated smoke.
Yes,
You are
exactly.
correct. Yep.
Well, and it depends not only how many, but how hard a fall. You know, that if it's a really hard fall, that's it.
Yep. Burn it or throw
Yeah.
it away. Yeah. Cut it up in little pieces.
Yep. Jimmy, did you see the video or the picture that this live stream started with? The thumbnail, that is your crusher under construction. We're ready to purchase the engine, the pulleys, fabricate the engine tensioner, the belt tensioner, and get that all done. You might want to take a peeky poo on that. Jimmy, that's your crusher there. And so we got a lot going on this week, so I'm not sure if I'm going to get it finished by the end of this week, but we're going to try and get it finished this week and test it and see what the production is and stuff like that. So we shall see what we shall see.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice if you have that kind of room and complexity to deal with. Yeah, one thing I really like about the 60-degree declines is that you're not hanging from the rope like you are in a vertical shaft. When I went into Ryan's mine, when I was hanging down that shaft, I did not feel happy at all. I was hanging there in midair, taking that sample off of that brow. And I mean, it was about another 40 feet below me to where I got to something. And then if I got that far, I would have to climb back up. And I just didn't feel like it that day. But when I'm rappelling, if my gut says, nah, I don't think so, I just bail. Okay. I don't say I'm being a coward. It's like, no, if my gut's saying, no, something's wrong, bail. I'll just bail. I don't know why. One time I came up,
Instinct.
the anchor was failing. Okay. The anchor had shifted. And it's like, oh, that's not a good thing, you know? So, I say it, that's another thing. You know, if your gut is saying, no, something's wrong, you know, bail and check. We're putting it in as it goes, and then we'll be running probably 500 pounds or so of material through it during testing, depending upon how smoothly it goes. We may have to adjust stuff like that deflector into the elutriation column. We may need to add on that,
Right.
or this, that, or the
There'll be
other.
a little tuning on it,
I
sure.
suspect it's going to require a little tuning just to play with and get it running.
Plus, we want to make
optimal.
sure that everything's right for you. So,
Hey, Canadian. Yeah, do whatever you got to do to keep the rock off your head. Absolutely. Say that crusher, it'll probably be finished up next week. Because I also like to get a couple of days in the field this week. And so it'll probably be about the end of next week when we get it done. Do you have any particular day of the week that's optimal for you to take delivery of said crusher, Jimmy?
hey, Pickin, thanks for coming.
Yeah, this guy right here, Pickin, he's a professional gold miner, not prospector, miner in Alaska. I mean, in Montana here, 10 years doing production placer mining. So absolutely. He says he's wondering if anyone has any pointers on getting permits for a Montana placer claim.
Well, you can fire the questions off if you'd like, and you could go back and watch some of our past Monday night or Sunday night videos. We've went over quite a bit of this in those videos on, you know, filing a notice of intent and then working on your actual permitting. But yeah, we can sure help you with that, you know.
Okay,
If you
Jimmy.
have questions.
Yeah, well, that's what he's wondering. First of all, are you going to be able to get any kind of BLM permitting in any reasonable period of time?
Right now, we don't know. I mean, you know, this permit I'm waiting on right now, I talked to the ranger in that. It looks like it's going to be signed, and it's Forest Service for a hard rock. But we put in for this permit a year ago. I mean, last April, I believe. So we're, you know, 13 months down the road here waiting on this permit. So.
And what kind of permit specifically, Picker? Are you talking a plan of operations, a notice of intent?
Right.
Is it Forest Service? Is it BLM? Is it private land? It makes a big difference. Just not May 10th or 11th. Okay, well, we'll get a hold of you when we get an idea when would be a good time. But it should be here pretty soon, and we want to give it a thorough testing. It is a new design in terms of there have been some significant changes made, and we need to see how they work out, whether they need to be dialed in a little bit better, whether they working just fine. Things like that feed chute has some significant differences, etc. And yeah, we want to make sure that when we turn it over to you, that you're happy with what you get. And by the way, it's made out of T1. That's no additional charge because we're testing some various things. It's very nice to be able to build this to test our ideas. And one of them was to have computer plasma cut T1 plate to do it out of. And yes, we did learn some things.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
So all good. It was all good, though.
Yeah. Things will make it easier to manufacture in the future. But the computer plasma cut T1 plate was $780 complete for the plate materials and cutting. I think it was $480 for the materials, $300 for the cutting.
Okay.
But the price is going to go up in the future to other people. But Jimmy said, I want one. I want it now. I gave him a price off the top of my head, which I was pretty confident would cover all the materials and everything. He said, fine, it's a done deal. But I'm guessing the computer plasma cut T1 plate design is going to be a little more than $1,500 out the door.
Yeah, with the amount of welding. And, you got to make sure, like we were doing, everything is true and square, and that way it balances. And we put the rotor in and gave it a spin, and it's like, yep, it's right on,
Yeah.
So the time you take to do it right does make a difference.
Yeah, the adjustments came out pretty well. That the one thing that I'm a little concerned with is how many shims did you put in there? One?
Yep.
Okay.
Which is
Well, wait a minute. If
not
we
much.
needed to go the other way, we could have shimmed the other bearing too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we got it pretty close to dead center right off the bat. We had to shim one bearing, probably about 1/16 of an inch
Yeah, I suppose
Something like
about
that.
like that.
on
Yeah,
one
not
one
much.
side,
Yep.
just to
Make the adjustments.
center
in
it
the rotor.
perfectly. Yeah. So that it's spinning 1/4 of an inch away from all the impact bars. But it was very, very helpful to have a model to build on. And then Chris gave me some good feedback on how to rewrite the instructions, which I got started on this morning, Chris. Yesterday, I was just feeling like I really don't want to do this today. I don't want to get started on it today. And so
Everything in its own time.
I called Chris to talk about this rock, which we'll discuss more later. It had some unusual properties. And as he came up with an idea, I was like, yeah, little one, why don't we go there and look for more rocks? It's like, yep, there we go. Because I just did not want to do that. I don't know, Chris, because you've got one bearing taking weight downward, the other one bearing taking pressure upward. But if you put a balancing weight, you're going to have double the weight downward on both bearings. And I mean, you're talking a lot of weight too. That rotor, what, 40 pounds, 50 pounds?
I would bet it's probably 40 anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty good sized chunk of steel.
So you'd have to have a pretty expensive,
By the
massive.
time you put all the wear plates and everything on it, it's
Oh yeah, that's a lot of steel flinging around in there. So yeah, I haven't had any problems with mine in all the time I've run it, which is probably about 5-6 hours at this point so far. This I don't know, because I went to Motion Industries and asked for 1-inch pillow block bearings, and all they had was Chinesium. That's all they had. if
Yeah.
I wanted to order
Welcome to
in
America.
some Timkins or something like that. Now, Timkins on the internet are about $70 for a 1-inch pillow block.
And they said that they're starting to manufacture some of their stuff in China too.
Oh, I wouldn't
Yeah.
doubt it.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't doubt it.
The impactor spins at the engine speed, which would normally run like 14 to 1600 RPM. It's governed at 1600 max. So that's the speed we're dealing with here. To balance the arbor versus rotor lobes. I'm not sure what you're saying, Chris. The whole rotating mass is radially balanced beautifully.
Yeah.
And a very slight imbalance actually helps in terms of the feed mechanism because the vibration helps.
Yeah.
But we can do that to some extent by just slacking off on the belt
Thanks
a little
for
bit.
being here, metal detecting.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, let us know how it turns out. We're here every Monday. So, yeah, we'd love to hear what's going on there. Well, a harmonic dampener, as I understand it, is used in a piston engine to try and smooth out the acceleration of the piston downward, because it's a bang, 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 bang sort of thing. This is pure rotary in terms of the engine drives the belt, which has a little stretch too. And it's also got a 2-year warranty, so if you burn it up, screw it. Just go back to Harbor Freight, get another one.
Well, even the bearings. I mean, if you have bearing failures, it's cheap enough to have another bearing on the shelf. Quick change out a bearing.
The impact when it hits a rock, you're talking a 3/4 inch rock, which maximum, that's the biggest that can actually fit in there, is only going to be an ounce or so, maybe 2 ounces. And it's getting hit by a 40-pound mass spinning at 1500 RPM. I don't think we're going to need, I know I haven't had any problem with the bearings or anything else. The only problem I had with that one was tensioning the belt properly, because I don't have a belt tensioning mechanism on it. So basically I would just set the engine a little farther until it's about right, and then rotate the pulley and pop the belt on with a screwdriver. And I'd put a wrench on one of the pulleys so I could get that. But
a belt will make up for some of that harmonic vibration too.
No, we're using the Harbor Freight 8-horsepower engine. I believe it's 1600. Yeah, that's define fretting. I'm not sure what he means by fretting.
Fretting.
It says, I would keep an eye on the bearings and make sure they don't start fretting. Those are collar locking bearing blocks. Those are set screw bearing blocks. The pulleys are the collar locking type. I believe that's what you're talking about. They got the bushings in them, and it's a keyed shaft.
Correct.
Harbor. Okay, now Jeff has got me wondering here. I thought it was a 1600
that's the shaft RPM. You're putting a pulley on it that you're dropping.
No, I'm not. 1-to-1. That's what I'm doing on that. Let's see. Harbor Freight. I believe it was a 1600 RPM engine, but I may be wrong.
You might be.
Yeah.
Well,
good question. Harbor Freight tools, quality tools at discount prices. Well, let's see. It depends on what the word quality means.
Depends on what the word discount means.
But they do honor their warranties. 8-horsepower engine. Okay. We got the Predator 8-horsepower overhead valve. What's the difference? No. It's just got 2 listings for the same damn engine.
Chris just said 12 to 3,600 RPM.
Let's see. Where's the RPM? Speed max 36 is what it says.
Yeah.
What is the 6 horsepower?
It should be the same RPM.
You would think.
Trust nothing. Verify everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be the same RPM though. It's a gas engine.
Yeah, I
And the
mean,
same basic size.
I don't know why one would be going so much faster unless it had a
Reduction
gear.
on it.
Yeah. And that usually mean it would be going slower. Okay, yes, this is the engine.
Yeah,
Where's the
flywheels.
specification? There we go. Recoil start. Yep. Speed 3600 max.
You're right, Jeff.
Yeah, just correct. That's what it says. So the rotor may be spinning at 3600 max. I'm using a 1-to-1 drive because it's simple, and I didn't need to upgrade when I built the first iteration. The 2 6-inch pulleys seemed to work just fine, and so I saw no reason to change it.
Well, it'd be easy enough to change pulleys to drop it if you wanted to. Simple.
Yeah. It doesn't go. I don't know how many of you folks were watching the video where Jason from Phoenix bought that sample that had the bullet casings in it. That made an interesting noise because and that was it's kind of interesting too. It's not the rocks that make the big noise. If you have like a bullet casing or something in there, that malleable metal makes a lot more noise. Yeah. Before 1849 gold rush in my neighborhood is left an old ball mill. Can you explain how it worked? Milky quartz pipe. I presume that's the ore body.
Yeah.
Robert, are you saying how does the ball mill work?
Correct.
I think that's what you mean. Just verify that and we'll go. Which are supposed to be good for casual prospecting, no Murray. I've been informed that I'll need 301, 402, and 406 permits. They're now requiring permits for casual prospecting. And okay, ball mill. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second.
406.
Yeah. That sounds to me like the new administration is deciding to make life extremely difficult on everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, funny. They kept that off their website for the moment.
A plan of operation, occupancy waiver, spoke with regional office and then with more questions than answers. Yeah.
Yeah.
For casual prospecting, you should need no permits. If there's no significant disturbance,
right,
then there's no permit required. If you're using a metal detector, that means fill your holes back in. If you're panning, if they can't see the hole in the stream bed.
I mean, if you're going to go into mining, yeah, your plan of operations and then an occupancy waiver. If you're going to have a camper and that on site, you'll need an outhouse, also a portable toilet, and who's going to pump it. It could get really, really, it's a
ridiculous.
lot more than you think when you go to permit if you're going to really get into mining it.
Yeah, or are you just doing casual prospecting?
No, 301, 402, and 406. Well, they'll do the historic, they'll do the vegetative, they'll look at it for that. They'll go through, they'll throw hula hoops at you. So ideally, you probably are better off to talk to us and we can try to get you some of those answers before you ever go talk to them again. Because yeah, they'll keep throwing hula hoops at you until they drive you crazy just about.
Yeah, and their website mentions none of that, which does not surprise me.
Well, it's when you go to, for an active mine, I'd have to look up the numbers, Chris, because I'm not even sure. Because the 310 permit is for moving water. So that would be an active water drainage or a creek. To move that, you have to have a 310. No access to the creek without a permit. That's interesting.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, where is that? What state?
Montana.
Right
Okay,
here.
that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Biden administration.
Yeah, we got new people.
Two
or
words.
New administration on the top.
Yeah, and their website says nothing about those changes.
Of course not, because it's not a change. The old people were supposed to be doing this. They just weren't doing their jobs properly. That's how it works. That's how they.
You're drawing a ball mill.
I'm drawing a ball
Okay.
mill.
He's going to answer your question, Robert, here in a minute. He's
Yep.
drawing a ball mill.
Yep.
He's drawing a ball mill from memory. No
Yep.
Google foo here.
Well, they're
It's
fairly
pretty simple. A cylinder with a bunch of balls in it.
Yeah, it's not a complicated
Come
theory.
on, Bear. I'm trying to make you look like a genius here.
He is.
Stop sabotaging me.
Yep. Okay. So, who was that again?
Picking
Robert MacGyver?
Robert MacGyver.
Robert?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, Robert. Yeah, Pickin, I would get it in writing. Okay. Don't just go and say, okay, could you please make a list of all the things I need to have and why I need to have them so that I can make sure I don't forget anything. Oh, please, oh, great bureaucrat in the office. And once you get it in writing, now you can maybe do something about it, because you could take public lands for the people, Western mining rights, stuff like that. If they're doing this, at least, if nothing else, they want to know about it, those organizations, but they want to do something about it too, potentially. Yeah, phone in with the breast pocket with the camera.
Yeah, that
Not
too.
bad.
But Pickin, if you want to email Keith at Hard Rock University at
hardrocku@outlook.com.
Yeah, here. Email him with a phone number and that, and you and I can talk, or you can talk to Keith, either way, and we'll see what we can do to kind of walk you through some of that stuff.
Yeah, because we are in Montana too.
We're
we
in
wanna
Helena
know.
right now, so
We want to know what's going
yeah,
on.
we need to know what's going on. So
Yep.
yeah, so email Keith with a
Little one, they cited Executive Order 13690.
zero. Would you look that up?
EO 13690. Look at it up
Correct.
right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
So,
well, you're
while
doing that.
Little Miss Tinfoil is looking up that, I am going to show a ball mill. Now,
What was that number again?
13690.
13690. Okay. This is a very crude diagram of a ball mill. It's just a cylinder that turns. Okay. That's all it does. Very simple. There's two big bearings on each end, and then some kind of drive. It can be a gear, it can be a chain drive. There's a lot of different ways they do it. Some of the newer, bigger ones actually have an electric motor windings around the perimeter of this thing to turn it. But that's all it does. It turns. Now, as it turns, and I've got this one turning in this direction, the balls come up to where they will cascade back down. And as they keep moving like this, up and down, up and down, up and down, they're beating the rock between them into a pulp, literally. Typically, you're going to be trying to get somewhere around like 100 mesh size out of it. You feed it in one end, it comes out the other end. Now, this is what you would call an end discharge ball mill. It's the most standard type. it'll give you a wider range of particle sizes than what's known as a peripheral discharge, where that would be more like a trommel drum, except smaller holes and much thicker liner than a trommel drum would be. And these balls are beating it up, and it has to literally get through the screen on the perimeter. That will give you a much more consistent particle size. Throughput drops, your cost goes up, so it's rarely used unless it's really important. Now, in order to get these balls to rise, quite often the mill has what they call lifter bars. And these are just rises in the inside that
Oh,
cause a lot of friction here to pick it up and get those balls to cascade down. You don't want them just rolling around in the bottom. You want to pick them up and let them cascade. Just a minute, little one, if you can. It's almost time for your report. You need to get your hat on.
I need to go to the bathroom first, and I still have not read 3690, but I can tell you basically what it's about. And I can also tell you that one of Biden's recent executive orders revoked it. It was put in by Trump. It's about flood management.
Okay, so they're doing some interesting stuff.
Anything.
Yep. So anyhow,
Management.
now one thing you can do, I mean, this, if you think about it, this is very similar to a cement mixer. And somebody in one of the Australian channels was using a cement mixer. I think it was not Vogus. Busted Knuckles, maybe?
Yep, Busted.
No, I think it was Vogus.
Maybe, yeah, I think you're right.
I think it was bogus.
Prospecting. Yeah.
And they had some steel balls in there and doing. Now, getting steel balls is not the easiest thing in the world and not the cheapest thing in the world. However, you could do something like that, but use hard river cobbles, those rounded quartzite stones. They will simulate a ball mill in a much cheaper manner. So go ahead and see if there's anything I need to address there. But there also is something called an autogenous or a semi-autogenous mill. And one of the costs of ball mills is, of course, the balls. If you take your rock and size it to particular sizes and throw it in the mill, you can use the large rocks to actually grind up the small rocks. That's called an autogenous mill because it's the same material grinding itself. A semi-autogenous mill has some balls in it, but a lot of the grinding action is from actual stones. And they tend to be more economical. In order to get them to work well, they tend to be larger diameter and thinner in length. So they may be 23 feet in diameter.
Right. Huge. Vertical.
And 6 feet across. Whereas one of these might be 10 feet in diameter and 30 feet long. So, yeah.
The comments are starting.
Bar mill. No, that's called a rod mill.
Yeah. But, a rod mill is just running, instead of balls, they're running rod. They're running big long bars in there that
steel
are
bars
rolling around like a bearing in a way. I mean, it's all
kind of like roller bearings. Yeah.
Yep, roller bearings basically.
Yep. But anyhow, and in third world countries, they'll use like axle shafts.
Yep. Yeah,
Stuff
something
like
hard.
that.
Yeah.
You know, that's all.
When it wears down, you throw it away and you put in another one.
Exactly. Ball mills are widely used because they are about the most energy efficient way of pulverizing rock on a large scale. On a small minor scale, ball mills are big, they're heavy, they're expensive. And so it's not ideal. This impact mill we're making for Jimmy, what would a 300 pound per hour ball mill look like? You're probably looking
Well,
what
it'd
about
probably
a
be
4 or 5 foot
4 foot by 8 foot long, probably, or somewhere in that neighborhood, because
and weigh about
don't
a ton
have-
or two.
you don't have near the throughput on a ball mill that you do with like an impact mill.
Yeah, and it'd be weighing what, a couple of tons loaded with balls. Right?
Yeah, oh yeah, with balls and liners in it. Yeah, it'd be heavier than hell.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And ours you can wheel around by yourself. So that's why for small scale mining, the impact mill is one of the most popular things because it's efficient in terms of its size. Because of the high velocity of the steel striking the rock, you tend to get a lot more grind on the steel. So you tend to get more steel in your pulp, which can be undesirable. It also means you're going to have to replace your wear parts rapidly. A ball mill will run, what, 6-12 months or more without relining?
yeah, probably, depending on the ore you're grinding.
Yeah.
Like everything else, your
Yeah.
wear is very dependent, and whether you're running it in a wet system or a dry system.
Chris is correcting us.
Yeah,
A
I know,
3
it's
by
3 by
6.
I see that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah. And
But
anyhow,
because both mills can run wet or dry. Your impact mill can run wet as well, if that's the way you got it set up. In a ball mill can do the same thing. Well, in a lubricated sense with running water, you're going to have a little bit less wear on some of the wear components.
yeah, it's like
Because they don't get hot. It keeps them cool.
when they make cement, they run it through a dry ball mill.
Yep.
They run the clinker through. Lita, Idaho, where are we now? We're in Helena, Montana. And that's where I'm going to be for the foreseeable future here. At what angle should the balls fall, falling from the top relative gravity for the most efficient pulverizing? I believe they rate that in terms of the actual loading factor of the ball mill. In other words, how much percent of the volume is loaded with your charge and balls. And I believe it's about 35%,
Something
somewhere
like
around
that.
there.
So you get about not quite a 45-degree angle before the balls roll
Yep.
back down across.
Yep. And I did 2 years in Great Falls at Maelstrom. What's Maelstrom in Great Falls?
Air Force Base.
Air Force Base. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Anyhow.
My ex was chair force. Thank you for your service, sir.
Yeah.
But anyhow, you want to fall as far as possible without having bypass.
Right.
Okay. That could be, Chris. That would make sense. It'd be pretty easy to do. Yep. As we're getting stuff going, you just keep in touch on the live streams every Sunday. I mean, every Monday, and you'll see what we're doing.
Yeah.
And, if we've got something where we need help or whatever, we can see whether or not there's a good fit there. In my case, I'm dealing with a principal who wants to maintain a certain level of information anonymity. So I have to run everything past him. In your case, you're the claim owner, so you've got
I got a little more latitude, and I've got some other claims too that need work on as well.
You can bring a John Deere 2305. I presume that's an excavator?
Tractor, I think. Tractor loader.
Track loader? Okay.
Tractor, just a tractor loader, I believe.
Yeah. Now, another thing, Robert, it sounds like a track loader. When you have an old ball mill that has been used in a gold mine, and somebody is selling it for scrap or whatever,
Abandoned it.
yeah. If you buy it for the scrap steel value, then instead of scrapping it, remove the liners
and sweep out,
carefully
vacuum
clean
every little
out
crack.
everything inside,
Might be surprised how much gold is still in it.
and then sell the steel for scrap. You might get a lot of gold. Yeah. Subcompact tractor, 34 horsepower. Okay.
Well, it could be, Chris. Yeah, it could have mercury in it, depending on what they were doing.
Yeah, it depends on the
especially
process.
back then.
Well, you want
But
to have
you
good
can get that-
ventilation.
you can get that and clean it all up too.
Yep. Oh,
So you're doing an environmental cleanup on an old ball mill. That's how that works.
yes, that's right. That's what you tell them.
If they ask.
Oh,
It's
you
an
want to hear something funny?
environmental thing.
You want to hear something funny? I was getting some claim stakes the other day. I was getting pressure treated claim stakes.
Yeah.
And of course, in Montana, they have to be 5 feet long, 1 foot in the ground, 4
Yep.
feet above.
Yep.
So the smart thing to do is buy 10 footers, cut them in half.
Yeah.
They can't do that
Oh, because it's environmentally.
because
of the
they have to
chemical?
wear a friggin' moon suit at the hardware store to cut it. That's what he said. He didn't even say, he said specifically, we have to wear a full suit in
To
order
cut
to
it
legally to cut a treated 4x4. Yeah,
It's
overpowered
just a
towns.
copper solution they treat them now with, isn't it? It's
I
not
have
hazardous.
no clue.
Well, they can't use, what they used to, like, creosote.
Arsenic.
Yeah,
stuff
right.
like
They
that.
can't do that anymore
But yeah, it's like, holy crap.
by OSHA.
Yeah, see, toxic dust by OSHA. Exactly. Now, of course, are all the people who are using that lumber in the field wearing moon suits?
No,
I suspect not.
whatever.
Yeah.
It's getting out of hand.
Yeah.
Too much regulation, boys.
Oh, burnt motor oil. Oh no, now you're polluting the environment probably. Yeah, they're doing their best to make it impossible to do anything that they don't want you to do because of the rules that they say are perfectly reasonable, but really aren't. So, are you
Okay.
ready to do your report, little one?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Eva will be here with a tinfoil hat report,
After Eva, we're going to talk about mapping targets.
and we're also
and-
going to have some ultraviolet light.
And it's some things you guys probably should be aware of and a reason why you do it. Because if you're going to be out there metal detecting or panning or starting to look for hard rock, I've got some good information for you.
Hello, everybody. Now, first off, on the matter of this executive order 13690. Executive order 13690, first of all, said absolutely nothing about mining claims or anything to do with it, which does not surprise any of us. Okay? We all know how this works. It actually has to do with floodplain management and flood control in real estate development, amongst other things. And it was not supposed to change anything that was covered by an earlier one. I believe it's number 110980, signed by Obama,
Lito says,
which
hello,
I will be
beautiful.
looking at shortly. Now, 13690 was actually revoked as an executive order by Executive Order 13807. So anything referring to 13690 isn't supposed to be dealt with at all because 13690 disappeared and went poof. So, have I told you anything about squirrels lately? Yeah, squirrels can jump up to 10 times the length of their bodies. This is really good stuff, and they can run up to 20 miles an hour. I haven't seen one run that fast. But that is where we are. 3990 I have not gotten to yet, and 690 got reinstated, got revoked by 807, which was Trump. 990 is coming up next. So let's take a look at that one. You never know what these people are up to these days. Yeah, the public health and the environment and restoring science to tackle the climate crisis one, which is January 20th of this year. Hello, Robert. Hi, Alito. Ooh, that 12-foot trailer floor decking sounds really cool there. Yeah, squirrels can be cannibals. They also will eat snails and eggs. They don't just eat nuts. And apparently, we owe the large presence of oak forest to squirrels because they forget approximately 30% of the nuts that they bury. And this enhances the growth of oak forests. Now, I am looking at our nation having an abiding commitment to empower workers and communities, promote and protect our public health and the environment, and conserve our national treasures and monuments, places that secure our national memory. Where the federal government has failed to meet that commitment in the past, it must advance environmental justice. Yeah, we all know about environmental justice. All executive departments and agencies are immediately reviewing and, as appropriate, taking action to address the promulgation of federal regulations and other actions during the last 4 years that conflict with these important national objectives, and to immediately commence work to confront the climate crisis. Part of the problem we're having in this regard is when these departments are doing this because of one of the flurry of executive orders that have come out of Lord Malarkey's regime so far, they are no longer required to tell anyone what they are doing in terms of regulation. So a lot of information is just not making it onto the Federal Register at all. And the information that's making it to the Federal Register isn't making it there in 24 to 48 hours for public comment for 60 days the way it used to because COVID or something. No idea exactly what. So it is my considered opinion, and this is an opinion only based on anecdotal evidence, some of it seen firsthand, some of it relayed to me from other sources, some of it gathered from tinfoil hat forums, that more than a few public agencies are deciding to claim something as a regulation that isn't a regulation at all, that has never been implemented by anybody anywhere, just to find out whether they can do it or not. Some of them are claiming that regulations that have long since been sunsetted, revoked, or superseded by actual legislation are now suddenly in use again. And a lot of them don't seem to know any more about what regulations they're supposed to be dealing with than we the people do. And I say we the people because this person in particular has been trying very hard to get from Bureau of Land Management, Department of Interior, Forest Service, etc., an actual website or book or booklet or pamphlet that I can download or something I can read online that says, okay, these are all the regulations that we are using to regulate mining claims for small miners and prospectors. And amazingly enough, I have yet to find a public official of any level of peon that works for any of these putative agencies that are paid for by the American taxpayer that can actually provide this information to me. I find it quite fascinating that we are all being governed by a set of regulations that we're not even allowed to see. I find it easier to find IRS regulations. And I mean that. I can go on the IRS website and I can find every regulation that has ever existed. Both the ones that are gone, the ones that are here, the ones they're thinking about, the ones that they pulled out of thin air or out of their fundamental orifices or out of a wastebasket somewhere that they inflict upon the American people. I can find them all. I can read them. I cannot do that with the vast majority of other government agencies. That includes, at the moment, the only two agencies that are anywhere near what I would call transparent are the IRS, the last people you'd expect to be transparent here, and the United States Department of Agriculture. They've gotten really good. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm positively stonkered by that one here. Yeah, Terry, that's true. I've never stepped in squirrel crap either. I mean, it's just, it doesn't happen. And yes, Ethan, I would say that some parts of law enforcement, especially certain 3-letter agencies which shall not be named that do not belong to any state or city government, definitely invent regulations. They invent a lot of them. Speaking of that, the CIA apparently put out a great new recruiting commercial. Everybody should look it up and watch it. It is brave.
Amazing.
It is just so brave and so empowering as a cisgendered white female of color that checks off 2 or 3 intersectional boxes. I'm really low on the list here. Yeah, I was empowered. I was just totally woke and totally brave. I was shook that the CIA is just.
The thing that amazed me was
it just makes me want to go right out and become a CIA agent.
the thing that amazed me was she said, "I've been diagnosed with a mental disorder."
Yeah, the lady in the commercial had been
still
diagnosed with a mental disorder, which is why she was in a CIA commercial. It was wonderful. Yeah, white is a color. As a matter of fact, white is all colors.
That's
you
true.
put me up in front of a prison, I will explode into a Roy G. Biv of epic proportions. Or at least I think I would. You might have to direct a laser through the prism first and hit me with it, but that would be a good experiment, wouldn't it, people?
Are you German?
Nope. I most definitely am not. I am Irish. I am French Canadian. I am very, very slightly Native American.
I've got German in me.
And I've been drinking too much Bang today, but that's okay. I have a German nose? Really? Well, that's cool. You haven't seen my grandmother's nose, and she was Irish. Now, some interesting things came out today. First of all, in the mining world, the Chileans are reporting a 20% decrease in their copper production. This apparently is due to COVID and other things. And so we're seeing the bottleneck in copper becoming more evident. The Peruvians are now saying one of their new and very, very popular presidential candidates is saying that any outside companies, mining or otherwise, that operate in Peru, if he gets elected, are going to be subjected to a 70% tax on top of the normal Peruvian taxes. Now, since a lot of the mines in Peru are actually run by international corporations, that could make for an interesting mining situation in Peru if this dude gets elected. But other than that little lunacy, he looks really, really interesting. I mean, as Peruvian presidential candidates go. It's not like I'm interested in their elections, but it is quite interesting. It is also interesting to note that Wall Street Silver, which is a subreddit on Reddit, the front page of the internet, has ramped up their campaign to get people to buy physical silver. Billboards are starting to go up all around the country, paid for by private individuals, just the way billboards went up for buying GameStop stock. And are still going up for buying GameStop stock.
What's the price now?
GameStop? Yeah. I do not know what GameStop is trading at today. Why don't you look it up for me?
Okay.
You have a computer. I mean, you can foo. You can Google foo.
Electrons. I hate them.
I know you hate electrons. That's too bad. Now, it should be noted that silver prices are still rock steady at $26 or so an ounce, which is right about what they were in 2011.
162.20 down 11.
At the moment, GameStop stock, by the way, where the diamond hands are still holding for everybody, is hovering at $162.20. It's down $11 today. People are committed to this. They're committed to this because it's become a matter of principle, and I don't think Wall Street understands principles. Not that that surprises me at all.
There's the 1-year chart.
The 1-year chart on GameStop just looks so funny. I love it. But Wall Street Silver subreddit is cranking up their Buy Physical Silver billboard campaign. And it should be noted that while the price on the market for silver is $26 an ounce, And that includes paper silver, of which there is zillions of times more paper silver than there is physical silver to back it. This is the ultimate naked short going on in paper, silver, gold, and platinum. Premiums around the country are now hovering at pretty darn close to 100% in most places. So people are actually paying $50 an ounce, which is the practical real value of silver at this point. It does not matter what the market says it is, because the market hasn't been tied to reality for stocks, bonds, or anything else in a long, long time. What matters is what you and I say it's worth and what you and I will pay for it. And so right now, the practical price for silver in the real world is anywhere from $40 to $55 an ounce, depending on where you are. So yeah, this is a good time to buy it if you can find it and hold it with diamond hands, just like you would with GameStop. And yeah, I am totally serious about the GameStop. As soon as I get around to it, I am going to be buying a share, and I am going to hold on to that share forever and a day. I don't care if it costs zero, because these people are manipulating the market. And yes, Ethereum has been doing amazing things this week. There's been all kinds of craziness going on with Ethereum. There's been all kinds of craziness going on with some minor pumping and dumping in the Bitcoin world. And things are not looking too good for the stock market going forward, because, of course, the stock market has borne no relationship to reality for a long time. But the M0, the M1, and the M2 money supply are still positively ridiculous. And the Fed is looking closely at the idea of easing back on the quantitative easing and easing back on the helicopter money going into the markets going forward. The Fed is actually aiming for a long-term 2% inflation rate. The problem with this is the Fed's idea of a 2% inflation rate is not exactly a 2% inflation rate in the real world. In the real world, things are a whole lot worse. The Fed deals in imaginary best case scenarios, and those imaginary best case scenarios do not work out in reality. So they're now trying to sell the idea that a long-term persistent 2% baseline inflation rate is absolutely acceptable. They're trying to sell this idea despite the fact that when they calculate said inflation rate, they use as few things that relate to actual real life as they can possibly get away with to get that number. Not a good thing. Also, not a good thing to note that the vast majority of treasury bonds that are being bought at the moment are being bought by our own government. Now, I don't know, color me blonde on this issue, but let's see here. I print a bunch of fake money that doesn't have any value unless everybody believes it has value, just the way we believe in the tooth fairy. Then I print a bunch of IOUs that are based on this fiat currency. Then I sell those IOUs out on the market. I put those IOUs on the market so people can buy them so that I have money. And then I buy them with the same money that I just printed up. I may be old, and I may be blonde under this gray hair, but I just cannot make any sense out of that. I really can't. I just can't. It still makes no sense to me. There is no way in the world that it makes sense to me that if we buy our own debt with money that we printed that put us into debt, we somehow are canceling said debt. This doesn't work at all. Oh, and by the way, according to the Fed, they're expecting a 1 to 2% drop in revenues taken in the next month. Speaking of revenues taken in the next month, it is that time of the year when everyone should be considering the notion of taxation. We have all just endured the bloodbath of April 15th. Some of us may not have, because some of us may have taken advantage of the COVID thing that says we don't have to go through that bloodbath for another month or two or 17. But the question is, how can you have a tax revolt without having a tax revolt? How can you legally revolt when it comes to paying your taxes? There are a few ways to do this. First of all, the IRS still provides on their website, free and for nothing, a tax calculator where you can put in all the little information from your W-2s every single week if you want to, and your pay stubs, and it will tell you how much of this year's burden you have paid. And as soon as you have paid all of this year's burden, that's the time when you increase the exemptions on your W-4 such that you are no longer paying in taxes. Because your employer has to let you, if you have a paycheck, put in a new W-4 anytime you want. There is never, ever, ever in any stretch of the imagination a reason that you should be getting a tax refund unless you get child care credits and nonsense like that, which is not money that you paid in. If you are getting a tax refund and you don't have earned income credit, child care credit, etc. coming in here, that means you are loaning money that you could be using to the federal government, interest-free. And if you read the very, 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 very fine print on that IRS website, there are about 47 regulations that say that they don't have to get that refund to you in a timely manner. As a matter of fact, they don't even have to specify what a timely manner is. The federal government does not do that any more than they specify what a significant disturbance is when you're mining. We do not know what a timely manner is. So your timely manner or their timely manner may be 90 days, it may be a week, it may be 5.5 freaking years. We have no way of knowing this, okay? If you are getting a refund, you need to structure your taxes such that you do not get a refund. If you are self-employed, then every single quarter you should be filling out your ES, your 1040 ES, and send them a paper money order with the amount you owe them, nothing more at that point, period, end of story. You do not, it's a very bad idea if you don't have to give the federal government your banking information, especially since there's now a nasty rumor running around that a certain administration that shall not be named is planning to use private firms not only to spy on your social media, they're also planning to allow the federal government and the IRS to start spying on our bank accounts even more than they already do, which, you know, we're pretty darn sure that they spend a whole lot of time watching our bank accounts anyway. So it's a good idea to deal with these people on paper. It also annoys them because at the moment, it is still absolutely legal for you to file a paper tax form and mail it to them, return receipt requested. It is still absolutely legal at the moment for you to give them a money order or a cashier's check for the taxes you owe. It is still absolutely legal at this moment for you to declare exempt for the first 2 quarters of the year, or better yet, pay your taxes in the first 2 quarters and then declare exempt for the rest of the year and file your tax forms on April 10th on paper, return receipt requested with a cashier's check or a money order. You should be getting 0 refund. Maybe at the most you should be paying about 50 or $100 in there, okay? And it is still perfectly legal for you to do everything with them on paper. So they do not automatically, so you're not e-filing. And so they're not automatically depositing stuff in your bank account and possibly automatically taking stuff out of your bank account. Because these people, quite frankly, have proven, as far as I'm concerned at least, that they can't be trusted with money. They can't even be trusted with fiat money. Never mind real money. They can't be trusted with fiat money. Which is why Dude and I keep as little as possible in the bank. You know, I mean, mattresses are safer here. And yes, to some extent,
We don't have
Lido,
much to put in the bank anyway.
Lido, I have been telling young people for years, when young people say, yeah, I'm getting a $5,000 refund. You know, I had 0 exemptions all year. They took the max out. I'm getting $5,000 back. It's like, no. Because the government is counting on every American citizen that has a paycheck to overpay every single pay period. The government is counting on every business that files those that makes out those 1040 ESs to pay extra or do something to give them money. They are running on the money that they get every single Friday from all these Americans' checks. That is primarily what they run on. And the most bizarre thing about this is that this has been going on as long as it has. And the one thing that should clue everybody off on this is during every economic recession, during every time when they have delayed tax things or mess with tax things, like during the lockdown, they always delay refunds. They always, no matter what, are accepting money coming in. They just make sure no money goes out. So if you have not considered your tax situation of late, this would be a good time to do so, because before the inflation gets too much worse, you want to have as much of your money in your hands as possible so you can turn it into things that you can actually use. That money does not belong in their hands. That money does not belong anywhere but in your pocket. The only money that belongs in their hands is whatever you are required to pay for Social Security and required to pay for your income taxes. Don't let them handle the rest of it, because who the hell knows what's going to happen to it. So that's where we are on that. And yep, exactly, Lido, that does not surprise me. And that makes, and Jeff, you're right. 9 out of 10 people have no freaking clue what they pay or why they pay it,
Or how much their employer pays.
or how much their employers pay in for them. It always astonishes people on Reddit when I tell them for every $1 per hour in Arizona that we were paying an employee, it was costing us $1.32 an hour between the unemployment insurance, the workman's compensation insurance, various state surcharges, various federal surcharges, Social Security, etc. Every buck we were paying out was costing us $1.32.
Come buy it again.
And, you know, I told our employees, I said, hey, we're paying you $10 an hour. You're costing us $13.20 an hour. We would love to pay you the $13.20 an hour instead. You know, I mean, but this is the kind of thing that we are seeing going on. And
we got no time limit.
when
at
it
the end of the
comes
day, right?
to the current metal situation,
Tonight I wanted to get home and eat.
Mhm.
in
Yep. And actually, we were.
I think that what we should all be looking at here is, yes, keep an eye on the market price,
Yeah.
because the market price
I'd be carrying a lot
at
of
least gives
shingles
you
tomorrow.
some idea of the sentiment of people that watch a
We'll
market.
bring a couple from-
But
we have
what
to
is
have
more
them
important
bring
to
down.
all
We'll
of
bring like
us,
half-
and what is more
half the
important to
thing
you
each time, yeah.
when you are looking
That
at
one
staking a
was-
mining claim, when you're looking at deciding on a mine, when you're looking at
Once you get
melting down
this
that
much on
little
the bottom,
pile of
it'll be
gold
a lot
nuggets you
easier.
have and
To
getting
start
a
out
little
with, it's
bar
gonna be a
out of
bit
it or
slower.
whatever. What is more
Yeah,
important
and
to
steep.
us is what happens in the real world. And in the real world right now, silver is going anywhere between $48 and $52 an ounce. Gold in the real world right now is going
You got
anywhere
your
from
own chalk
$1,800 to
line?
$1,900
I'm not
an
sure how
ounce.
much chalk mine has.
I don't think anybody can get rhodium other than plated jewelry, which is rhodium plated jewelry is really good, by the way, just so you know. But we have a crunch going on in copper supplies, which is driving copper prices up to historic highs. The federal government actually went ahead and approved recently, though who knows when the mine will go into production, lithium mining in, I believe it was Nevada, which they're doing so specifically because they're looking at batteries for electric vehicles, among other things. But it is a step in the right direction. And one of the things we all need to do is, as Jimmy and Bear pointed out earlier, whenever you deal with Department of Interior, please get it in writing. Whenever you deal with those yo-yos, get it in writing, get the name of the agent you deal with, get everything in writing, and have them cite the specific regulation that they're talking about, or the specific executive order, or the specific law, or the specific whatever by chapter and verse, so that you can read it. And if you can, if that happens to you, I would love it if you sent Bear an email on the issue with the pertinent information, because if I can't find a database online, it's going to be darn difficult to figure out what the hell these people are doing. And there are going to be people that will have questions that we do not have here in this room that will lead to piecing together some idea of the currently being enforced body of regulation or conventions or policies or emails from some yo-yo in Washington or other stuff that they pull out of fortune cookies. I mean, we have no idea where they're actually getting the stuff from. But at this point, there is not too much we can do in terms of knowing what to prepare for without having as much information as possible that we can give to organizations that fight for us, that we can use to fight for each other. And Barry, you've got a couple of messages on here. I believe Jimmy put a note up there, and Argonaut, and yeah, withholding was only for the war. Well, of course. I mean, this is the thing, Jeff. Once a government starts doing something, it's very difficult to make it stop. And one of the few ways you can make it stop, or at least keep it in check, is by finding out what legal workarounds you have to avoid it. Because they want withholding. Withholding is great for them because it gives them a guaranteed income stream of money that they can use. They also want withholding because they know that if you don't have the money in your hand first, you won't realize how much they are stealing from you. They want this is the same way that you never see a receipt at the store listing all the business costs that went into, say, your restaurant meal. Your average person thinks, for instance, that Walmart makes a huge amount of money. Oh, yeah. I mean, well, let's see. I think they did over $1 trillion last year, gross. Their net profit margin is usually 3% or less. Now, if I said to you, for every dollar that you're going to earn today, you have to spend 97 cents of it, you probably would not be a happy camper. And part of the reason that people have such a skewed perception as to the value of money, as to what money actually is, as to the difference between money and wealth, as to why taxation is theft, and it is indeed theft, is because so much of these things is done outside of our view. So it is crucial that we try to get back to a cash economy, that we try to get back to a place where we are writing a physical check and mailing it to somebody, where we're not using credit cards, where we're not using electronic money, where we are teaching children with actual money in their hands how this works. Because if you're not handling it, if you're not seeing it, if it's not coming to you first so that you have to give it away, which hurts like hell, then you can't have a clear perception of the reality behind this. It all becomes essentially a game. It all becomes something that is running in the background that you don't have control over, which is why you get these people that don't understand basic taxation, that thought when their refund was going down that they had been ripped off, without looking at the fact that for the previous 51 weeks or the previous 26 paychecks or whatever, they had been getting X number of dollars more in every paycheck. So of course they were getting a smaller refund. They shouldn't have been getting a refund at all. But this is the thing, is even in our generation, people are forgetting how to use money. And even in our generation, people are willingly handing over more control and willingly handing over more freedom and willingly handing over more power to our local, our state, and our federal government in the name of simple convenience, and handing more power over to banks in the name of simple convenience. And until we start bringing that back to us and taking back our power in the ways that we can, little small ways, we don't all have to be perfect. As they say on the zero waste subreddit, it's better to have 100 million people cutting their waste by 10% than it is to have 1 million people cutting their waste to zero. So anything that you can do to stave off inflation in your house, anything you can do in your little family unit to build wealth, anything you can do in your little family unit to teach a kid what money really means and why you want to have that money in your hands, it has an impact. And it is the 10 million small impacts that build up to something good. Like in his ball mill example, it's the 10 million balls running around. Each one is only doing a little bit at a time, but together they're processing 100 yards of material or 200 yards of material in an hour.
It's true.
And that's the thing, is there's this. This is why when you run into a regulation, when you get told by some federal official somewhere, this is what you're going to have to deal with to do this, it is good to tell people and get it in writing, because a lot of this information is not out there where anybody can find it.
Downloaded off of
It's been memory hold. It's been 404'd. It has disappeared from the internet, so it's disappearing from our knowledge base. And over time, that allows people to work utter bullshit into the system, and everybody will accept it because they figure, well, somebody must have read the original. The original must be out there somewhere. Everybody says it's there, but it turns out it's not there at all, or it never existed in the first place, or the original says something that is entirely different from what's going on in the real world. The only way we can know these things anymore in the presence of this intense amount of memory holding and intense
That's a hell
amount
a deal.
of
Being in the old national parks,
control
monuments,
on
and
the
forests for the rest of my
information
life.
stream is if we share that information here
It was $80.
and elsewhere, and we let everybody know. Yep, cash into hand. That's exactly it. And yes, the banking system does have a shelf life, Wolfman. Always has been.
All systems have a shelf life. They have to be rebuilt. Or they
Yeah,
wear
the
out.
adventure pass. I remember the adventure pass. I haven't gotten one, but I do know
I
what
do.
they are.
I've got one. I got my whatever Freedom Pass, whatever they call it. America the Beautiful.
Yeah, we've got the Golden Eagle Parks pass too.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
That supposedly gets me into every national park, monument, and forest for the rest of my life for free.
Yeah.
Because I'm a geezer. And I earned it.
One of the government, Ethan, the Adventure Pass is one of the government extortion programs that gets you discount rates and free rates into some of the national lands that actually belong to the American people. You know, it's just one of those things. Remember that 99.9% of what those people in the district of corruption over there on the East Coast are doing is unconstitutional, and a good amount of it's illegal, you know. Hi, Jimmy. And yes, we use it, Robert. We actually love the National Parks Pass. Yeah, you're allowed to fish for free. Lucky you, Rick. Well, Ethan, I mean, in Montana, I do believe we paid a small fee with our registration on bugs to get free access to the state parks. And I am absolutely fine with that. I mean,
Is it on the license?
I have no objection to paying for my state parks in Montana because they're kept up really well. The outhouses are absolutely primo. The
Well, that's
trails
an
are in
additional
good
fee, like an
condition.
overnight
The
camping.
employees we've met are friendly. They're knowledgeable. The facilities are beautiful. I have no objection to that. My big objection is the federal government was not supposed to own land in the first place. All those national parks belong to the states. They do not belong in the hands of the feds to begin with. I will pay for that pass. We paid for that pass because we use it. But I will tell you right now, the condition that some of our national parks are in is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. If my grandmother ever saw the outhouses at Yosemite, Yellowstone, etc., she would have been wanting to beat the people in charge of them about the head and shoulders most vigorously, because there is no freaking excuse for the deplorable and disgusting condition of the outhouses in our national parks, especially not our flagship parks. There's no excuse for 90% of those parks being off limits to the American people, and you're not even allowed to go into them. Totally off limits. There's no excuse for the shoddy condition of a lot of the trails, the shoddy condition of a lot of the campgrounds, the disgusting attitude of a lot of the employees, and the ridiculous tourist trap prices.
YouTube is watching.
Yes, they are a bit of a tragedy, Ethan. I'm sorry. To the YouTube people, I retract all of my previous comments. The outhouses at Yosemite and Yellowstone, I was blown away. They were amazing. They were wonderful.
And
Okay.
you're welcome to visit them anytime
And
you
you
want.
are welcome to
verify it.
visit them anytime you want, because America's national parks are America's flagships. And our federal government has done a wonderful, awesome job of keeping those national parks beautifully preserved so that you can stare at the wonderful wildlife from 10 miles away and nothing will ever happen to them. Yeah. That should do it at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stephen B., you could say my nose was blown away. My nose was absolutely blown away. And I'm sure it was tinnitus that caused that incredible buzzing in my ears and not the clouds of black flies in the air, I mean, it was obviously fly migration season and they were all nesting in the outhouses.
No, Rick, you don't send in the canary. You send in the hundreds of Japanese tourists, which was quite embarrassing.
Oh,
But yes.
Lord.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for the tourists. I really do.
Yeah, I feel embarrassed for my country. But
No,
anyhow,
we're not going to get into that.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I will continue patiently digging through all the federal regulations I can find, which is getting fewer and fewer. If anybody hears any interesting scuttlebutt, if anybody runs into an actual regulation that is available or a website or anything else, email it to him because he gets everything to me. And remember, small actions every day do make a difference. And they make a difference in your community. They make a difference in your family. It takes all of us doing small things every day to try to push back against this. But, it can be done. Of course, it would be easier to call down a pox upon all their houses. But, COVID didn't work for that. I wonder why it is. I wonder why it is that only Republicans died of COVID. I can't figure that one out. Anyway, good night, people.
okay, go ahead and take the.
Thanks, Eva. All right, I thought I would go into kind of looking at a historical placer drainage. I'm going to pull this up a little closer in here if I can.
Do what you want, Prof. Sure, classroom
Where
now.
are we at? I'm going to try to get as much of this in here as I can. All right. The importance of mapping an area. I don't know if I can get in.
Yeah. What is that?
It's that kitchen light.
Okay.
Why don't you try shutting that off?
Let's see what happens here.
We talk, Keith and I both about mapping an area and trying to understand it. And that might help a little, Keith.
There you
go. But when you start looking at a placer, and I just tried to pick something that's, out of the blue here, but you look at a map and you have a patent here, and then up the drainage, you have a patent, and everybody's playing around in the creek looking, trying to find gold and things. And some things that jump out when you start to map it is, and add it here, some hard rock workings up above, where your springs are coming from, start to tell you that there's deformation in the rock somewhere. I mean, water coming out of the top of a mountain has to have some plumbing system, which is usually a mineralized trend or fault line. So you start to put that stuff on a map, and there's some things that start to jump out at you as far as the mineral trend. So when you're looking for something bigger or an area to metal detect that maybe somebody else hasn't gone into or looked at, when you start to do this and you realize that your mineral trend is something like this. It's down through here and here.
Several people said thank you.
You find out the reason the guy had a placer is that this mineral trend put that gold right there somewhere. And the same thing up here. The trend crossed the drainage to where it created a placer below that mineral, as that mineral was eroded out. And the same thing as you go out and you send this line out farther and farther. I'm going to tip this up just a hair, because if you extend the line, you could go possibly into the next mountain range and look at this saddle. And the same thing up here. If you follow the mineral trend, you could go over onto the next mineral, next range and look again at a possible area. You could be in the next drainage, but between the next two mountains, looking that there should be gold, because this trend, and some of these trends and faults can run for miles and miles. A lot of the major faults are documented in your USGS maps and things like that. But when you get smaller ones, like this could be a small double fault where this drainage actually could hold some interesting gold based on the fact of the hard rock mines of the rock. If you've got, let's just say you've got granite here and limestone here, you've got a contact zone in there somewhere that is definitely mineralized more than likely, if you can identify it. If you've got a lot of ground cover, you may only be able to identify it in certain areas where you've got some exposed rock or, exposed bedrock higher up. Exactly, Chris. The offset faults, particular strikes, and this could be a fault. The drainage itself could be a fault, and you've got mineral trends crossing it, or vice versa. But those are the things that you start to realize, because the question is, okay, why did a guy patent here and a guy patented up here, but nobody patented the ground in between? Well, when you start to understand the mineralization and the trends, you start to see why, because this created a placer and this created a placer because of the mineralization right evident, to the sides of it and crossing that drainage. And that's what a lot of guys that are out there metal detecting and hunting for gold haven't got to this level of understanding, to where it isn't the drainage necessarily that had the gold. It's the hard rock implications of what crossed the drainage that was able to precipitate the gold in a situation where you created a placer. So sometimes the notches, the peaks, the saddles things start lining up, but the more mapping you do, the more it becomes evident that you're right, you're correct. And then you can start going into the next drainage, get up in that area, and you'll find gold. And you go over the next mountain, follow the trend, and they're not necessarily a straight line. But you start to jump. Oh yeah, this, definitely Dirty Goat. This could hold gold because of this, or because of even up here. You could have gold in the drainage because of these multi-event, situations, these crosses and these trends. But this really probably created that placer, and the same thing in here. The trend across the drainage created the placer right below it. So your leg placer, your leg in it would be, your heavier gold would be immediately close to the original source. So that, there's a lot of things to learn as you look, and this isn't true of all drainages. It depends on the area you're in and what the normal trends in rock. And a lot of your geological reports will tell you, let's just, like in this case, a trend is, northwest or west-northwest to southeast. And so if that's the trend for the region you're looking in, you want to start to try to pick up those trends and those fault lines and look for the changes from, like I say, granite to limestone. It could be, it could be marble to limestone with some granite intrusion in here somewhere. You can get all different combinations of different rock, but you want to find those changes in rock and identify those in those areas. You pay attention to elevation. One moment. Where these springs are. If these springs are all at a specific elevation in here of where this water starts down, little water courses and stuff, those springs can really lead you to possible mineralization areas right there. Go ahead, Keith.
How often have you seen a situation where you have patented claims separated by an area that's unpatented, and it turns out, I mean, not unpatented, but open. Turns out in the past there was a patented claim, an unpatented claim there, and then it's just simply
disappeared.
Disappeared.
Right. They never kept it.
It would
up.
seem to me that a lot of the gaps might be caused by that too. It's
Well,
not that there wasn't anything there.
No, and that is true.
Just they never patented it.
Right, and that's true. But if this happened to be a really, let's say they got into really good coarse gold, they patented it.
Yeah.
And these guys this may be all historic workings up this thing. And some of these guys, exactly that. They put a claim on it and they probably mined back and forth throughout it. So it's usually the working show, but they never patented it. Well, it probably wasn't as good as this one, or it wasn't as good as this one. So at a certain point, they walked away. And over time, different people keep putting claims in and on this stuff. But the true placer that's created close to source was the patents, probably.
Yeah, because again, up here in Montana, I see, you can almost map the mineralogy by the patented claims in many cases. But where I was in Arizona, that was not the case. Patented claims were fewer and much fewer and far between than they are up here. But here, you can look at a vein just going across the countryside. Oh, there's where, because you just see the patented claims do it.
Well,
it's hilarious,
right? And that's true. But some of this stuff, you look at it, and maybe it's an area there is no patents in. So, but the biggest things to look for is the changes in rock, and is there a trend? Because everybody would think the trend is the drainage, because that's where they find all the the placer gold. That's not necessarily the case. And if you got up in here on a ridge somewhere, possibly on that trend or a fault, you could possibly get into some really, really good metal detecting somewhere up on a hillside that nobody's looking. Everybody's down here playing around the water somewhere. Or you could get yourself in a point where you actually find a hard rock mine that's mineable, or create a mine, an area that there hasn't been claims on. No, we don't have trumpet plants up here, but one thing like in the mountains here you can look for definitely is vegetative changes. You get into alders or quaky poplar or aspen that need a lot of water. And if they're growing up on the side of a mountain somewhere, there's a reason. And in the alders, one thing I look for, or old willows even, a big old patch of willows up on the side of a hillside means there's some kind of fracturing or water underneath them, because they can't live on a dry hillside.
We do have trumpet plants in the Southwest.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't seen any up here, but you get into Arizona and stuff, and they do have them in places. Yep.
Well, I would say, Robert, even in a lot of that country you're in over there on that side, you'd have a lot of similarity if you start to look at where there was old mines and workings, and you start mapping and trying to figure some of it out. I mean, this is what I've been doing for years. I go walk all this stuff. Just walk all up and down these drainages trying to say, why there? Why did they mine there? Why is there a mine there? And you start to really put it in a different perspective than just always going and doing the same thing you've always done, working along the old, along the drainages or old workings. Thanks, Rick. I guess, if you have any questions, keep throwing them. I'll try to keep coming up with subjects as I can continue to do this. And
It's almost dark enough to see the amazing rocks.
Oh,
What the
wow.
heck are these?
But, there's things that if you start to lay it out, you can take and I'll show you on a map. I did put a map in here.
This is covering for an insole of a boot.
Come on, my boot. They just took them off.
It stinks like feet.
Okay.
It's actually upside down.
Oh man, Southern Hemisphere, huh?
But if you take your map, of your areas and your drainages, and you start to look at the areas that you have changes, you can start to draw, you can literally start to haul these lines out for miles sometimes. I mean, right now I've been following an area that I've been working on up here that's probably a good 30 miles. That every time you go in a drainage, that's where you're going to find gold. And you go up here and you go in another drainage and you extend these lines along and you're going to find gold more than likely in mineralization again. And you can keep carrying this through the countryside. If, like I say, they're never a perfectly straight line, but it'll get you a point on a map that you can start to look at an area there. Yeah. That's exactly right, Chris. That becomes some of the importance of mapping, because once you start to understand a given area, you can start to carry it out to where you can go into another drainage up here somewhere, get into that area and start looking, and more than likely you're going to find gold if you're able to find gold here and here. So, and by doing this, you're going to get in areas that nobody else has even been, more than likely, because this hasn't all been put together. Go ahead, Keith.
Lito asked, he thought that they would dig places because they saw a quartz vein sticking out, but
Not
in my
always.
experience, it's more, they might have seen a quartz vein, but then they would pan to see if there was anything in it.
Yep.
And it's the panning that would lead them to the lodes. It's called loaming.
Exactly.
Where you're panning first the stream placers.
Yep.
And then once they die out or whatever, then you pan the sides of the hills and just keep following the gold up. And that's how they generally do it. Because quartz doesn't necessarily have gold. As a matter of fact, most quartz doesn't have gold.
No, most quartz doesn't. Exactly.
And Ethan asks, how many feet of topsoil are you typically dealing with?
Depends on where you're at, Ethan, in a drainage. I mean, some stuff here, some of the better placers are deep. A lot of times you could have 18 feet of overburden before you get to gold-bearing gravels. If you're maybe in some old workings or something where they got closer to bedrock, to gold-bearing gravels, you may be able to pick it up with a metal detector. The higher up in the drainage, usually the shallower it is, unless there's some big fault or change in bedrock that, literally came up and it drops off again before it starts coming back up. So it can vary all over. That's why the best thing is to try to learn as much as you can about the bedrock in the area and possible depths. And some of the old records will give you some insight into depth. Some of especially in this area, years ago, that some of the geologists would go out and they literally write a U.S. report on how many guys were mining in this drainage or that drainage. And they'll give you some references to possible depth. They were finding good gold at 6 feet down to bedrock at 20 feet or whatever. But like Keith is saying, you're looking at a mountainside and you're down here in the creek and you find some quartz with some gold. Well, the old timers would, of course, track up the drainage till that rock changed. So let's say they get to here and that rock changed. There is no more quartz float that they can see. Well, if that's their starting point, they would go up on the hillside here and they'd dig a series of test holes through the topsoil and they'd look for float. And it was called loaming. And ideally, by doing this, let's say they found a piece here and here. Well, then they would go up the hill another 100 feet and do it again. And now they got it here. And eventually they can zero in on where it's coming from. So some of these hillsides, when you walk them, will have little 5-foot long trenches cut, maybe a foot or two deep, just to get through the topsoil and to dig through to see what was in it. But basically, they zeroed in on how to find it up there. And then they would, of course, run a shaft or an adit or something in. It wasn't always evident in what they were tracking to say, oh, here it is exposed on the surface, so that's where I'm going to dig.
And Lito, one thing about Nick Zenter is that his style
Is good.
gets people interested.
Yep.
And that is an important part of teaching, especially when it's purely voluntary. I mean, if you're
Right.
forced to take English 101
Well,
or whatever,
Right.
that's not as critical. But yes,
And even for me, I think in my life and what I've learned, I think a lot of things, if I'd have been forced to learn this, I probably wouldn't be near as good at going and doing it as I am because of my own motivation. You know, this is stuff that I wanted to learn and wanted to figure out. And there's some other, ore deposit stuff out there in tracking, as well as, I mean, a metal detector could be a great tool if it's used correctly in the right spot. And, you may get up here somewhere on a mountainside, if you can track something, like I say, those trend lines, those fault lines, you get in the right spot, you could find some really awesome things in one day. But it's going to take time to study an area to learn about it enough that you can start to do that mapping.
well, Lito, the question is, how good a metal detector was it? And how much did you get for it? They got some really good ones now. If it was a 30-year-old metal detector, then you might want to get a new one because the technology has really improved dramatically.
But ideally, if you can get the target, and once you start doing this stuff, mapping and targeting, you increase your chances so much by going to that point you put on a map and working that area, and it's suddenly there it is again. Okay, now I should be able to track it, up and over into the next drainage. And you can start to really increase the area that you have to hunt and work, as well as the opportunity to find something that, literally a brand new deposit, a whole new discovery, because nobody else has put all that stuff together in that area.
Huh. That might have been a good one.
What's
Garrett, you guys,
Garrett AT Pro. They're
Garrett
good.
AT Pro.
Yeah, they're a good little machine.
Okay. Yes, you might have screwed up,
Yeah.
Lito. How much did you get for it? Currently, they're running about 5.5. You can get a whole bunch of stuff with it for about 800.
Yeah, whole set.
Yeah, with the
Yeah.
pinpointer and everything else.
I definitely, Chris. I mean, if you get into an area that you're able to start to track and start to figure things out, geosampling, soil sampling on hillsides to try to pattern it or to figure out, is it richer over here to the south than it is up here to the north a little bit? You definitely, soil sampling for gold especially can be, worth the effort.
Well, so basically, you have to use it for a while free, Lito. That's not bad. Where the heck is the Idaho Mining Museum, Jeff? That sounds in Boise. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to get to Boise anytime soon, but if I do, we'll try and do that.
Yeah, I remember we saw the sign when we were driving through there, and I said we should come back someday.
I always thought it would be kind of interesting to
Maybe
try
in
to
the winter.
try to do a video on some of the Chinese workings and that and what they did, because they were efficient. They figured stuff out.
They were motivated.
Well, they were motivated.
Yeah.
You know,
And
they weren't scared of work either. When they worked in their gangs like that, they worked.
yeah. Oh, do you have any more questions here? It looks like it's about dark enough, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's about dark enough, and you can turn off my light too if you need to.
Well, why don't we turn that out?
Yeah.
We're going to try something here. We haven't done it before.
You guys are gonna love this.
Well, if it'll work, we're not sure on
I'm thinking if
video.
we lay the flashlight right here
Yeah.
and run it like this. So it's on.
So away from the camera.
Yeah, because you can't point toward the camera.
Button slip back in.
There we go.
Now you're getting it.
So let's see what we got here.
See if Keith can do this.
We're gonna.
Turn that.
Shut that light off. Yeah.
I'm working on it. Actually, I think he's going back there so he can work the lamp, huh?
Yeah, I can do something with it here, maybe.
Okay, so here we have a rock, and it looks kind of like just tan quartz. Here we have another rock, and this one, as you can see, is kind of translucent. It's kind of root beer brown. Looks like an agate. And then we have some of these. I think these are limestone, but I'm not sure. And I think these are more calcite here. But anyhow, what we're going to do now is go ahead and turn off the main lamp there. And let's see. Wow, yeah, see, I told you this thing really tends to overpower the it's actually glowing pink there. Let's see how well this one shows. And turn on the main light. And it takes a little while for that camera to adjust.
Yeah.
Let me try something there.
Okay. Okay, turn the light off. See how it's glowing kind of a pinkish color?
Well,
That's a
whether it's on, I don't know what the camera's.
yeah, you can see it here. Yeah. And let's
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, Chris, is getting them to do it at an oblique angle here.
and again, that's more the actual fluorescence.
If I might make a
Showing, 'cause-
suggestion, Bear,
Sure.
why don't you let me hold this flashlight
Oh, up here?
at an oblique angle?
Not seeing anything because my hand is in the way. You got to shine it on the specimen, little one. Okay, now turn the main light on. And see how that's just dark?
You can see the glowing specks on that one when you do that.
Yeah, that's the calcite. Now turn the main light off. And this is actually kind of an orangish color that it's reflecting. It's kind of hard because the CCD in the camera is picking up the ultraviolet and trying to do something with it. But let's see how well. Yeah, don't turn that one off, little one, because it's iffy. And this is kind of you need to get a little closer, little one. Wow, that's
see if I get my way. And again, see, that's kind of looks kind of pink in the camera. What does it look to you, little one?
Over here,
Blue?
I can't see much of crap from here because I'm at the wrong angle to the
Okay,
monitor.
it's not. Look here. What do you see with your eyeballs? Not on the monitor.
Pink,
Pink. Okay. That's
purplish pink.
Yeah. Now back off a little. You're overexposing the camera. Man, the camera does not like the ultraviolet. These are pink right here.
Yep, it's just barely faintly pink from here.
Yeah, that's pink. Let me try something. Let me get rid of this white background here, which isn't helping, I don't think.
No, probably not.
Get us more of a background.
Yeah, now that looks definitely pink to me.
Okay, back off a little. You're overexposing. It doesn't seem to be much brighter than my hand, though. It's really hard
To do it on camera.
with the camera is just looking at the ultraviolet differently.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed when I was trying to videotape the beach where we got these, it got ugly.
Yeah, because if there was a way
Yeah, because
that we could move the camera, put that down.
No, the problem is the camera sees ultraviolet as something besides ultraviolet. It sees it as light. That rock, see how it's shining?
Yeah.
But when we're looking at it, it's not shining at all. It's just glowing a nice, gentle. Hey, you want to try and do that from way over there? And my hand is glowing too. So yeah, this is being real difficult. We're going to have to get a filtered one, I think. We got too much long wave ultraviolet.
Patrick wants to know, is that the $80 Amazon light?
I don't know.
This, I don't remember when I got this. That's probably about, I think, close to what I paid for it. But
Yeah, that's an unfiltered light there. And this is what the one rock looked like. And this is what the other one looks like. Now, the interesting thing is most of the stuff that fluoresces orange, according to the internet, is pretty soft. And these two here are pretty damn hard. As a matter of fact, they're so hard, I cannot scratch them with a knife blade. This is one of the more standard tests, is to just take one of these and try and scratch it with a knife blade. And if you hear, you'll hear that sounds significantly different than this. This is gouging like the dickens. See the dust?
Yeah.
These are soft. But these two here, see, this one is so hard, can't even get to make a
You
noise.
can't even make a scritchy noise with it.
So, not sure. Zircon is supposed to do orange, and zircon's very hard. What's the hardness of zircon, little one?
I believe it was an 8
An 8? Okay.
or 7 with quartz.
Now, quartz is 7.
Yeah.
So zircon is 8.
I gotta find out if agate fluoresces.
It could be a zircon because it will scratch with a tungsten carbide tooth on a saw blade, but not very.
Yeah, now it says agates
Much.
will show a fluorescence in shortwave UV light, sometimes also in long wave. The most common color for them is green. Others are orange or blue, but they are much rarer. So that root beer colored one may be an agate, but the
It
hot
could be.
pink one is the one that surprises me.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like quartz. You know, don't know what it is. But I thought it was interesting. I also wanted to see how well we could show that on the camera answer. Not worth a crap. Yeah, it's both of these two rocks, when they're fluorescing, they're not.
Oh, and by the way, for anyone who's curious, opossums fluoresce hot pink under the right light.
Oh my God.
Their
That's
skin,
weird.
opossum skin, fluoresces hot pink. Just so you know.
But the
Go out and find a possum and test this.
my train of thought's been completely derailed. Beryl, I don't know, Chris. I'm a little perplexed with both of them. It's interesting to me. They don't glow in the glowy sort of way. When you put the ultraviolet light on, they just seem to be orange. That's it. It's just like it. This doesn't seem to be glowing, does it? When I put the ultraviolet on it, it doesn't seem to be glowing. It's just orange.
No, that one turns hot pink. The
Oh,
other
pink.
one turns
Okay,
orange.
the other one turns orange.
Yeah, because I'm looking up right now to figure out what stones fluoresce hot pink.
So does the dust in your house, huh? If it was calcite, it certainly would. I wonder what else would.
Salt, table salt.
Table salt will fluoresce?
Yeah,
Okay.
salt will glow.
Well, I'm planning on getting, in the not too distant future, a mineral light with
See,
filtered
columnar
short.
calcite apparently will fluoresce hot pink.
Yeah.
Tourmalines will fluoresce hot pink.
This one is not calcite.
Wallstromite, whatever
These,
the
I
heck
think,
that
are.
is.
Those make perfect sense to be calcite. Yes, exactly, Terry. It was running. It looked a lot whiter than it should have. And as I say, it's definitely on my monitor is not showing anything like it. When I was trying to take video of the beach, the spot in the light pattern produced by the light, the center, the most bright portion, was just showing us a washed out pink. I mean, it was like it was just burning the sensor out kind of look to it, and it made it very, very difficult to videotape anything useful whatsoever. Because with my eyes, I just had a flashlight in one hand and the ultraviolet in the other, and I'd go around with the ultraviolet, find something, and flash the white light on it, and I could see exactly what it was. You know, and it was pretty interesting. But yeah, the camera UV blocking or skylight filter on the camera to reduce the blue. Yeah, that's probably right, Chris. I don't have one. But anyhow, so I say it was an interesting thing trying to figure out what they are, because they're so hard and their other characteristics. They may just be basically quartz or not opal, agate, which is a form of quartz.
It says the agate fluoresces green normally,
Yeah.
though it can fluoresce orange.
But that would be from impurities. Pure quartz doesn't fluoresce. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm sure they are, Chris. I got a million things on my hands. So anyhow, that's about where we are right now. I'm starting to get a little tired. Does anyone have any questions at this point? Just to recap the week, we spent 3 days working on the impact mill for Jimmy, which is what you saw in the thumbnail.
Well, blood will fluoresce too, by the way.
No, not donating. And did a little bit of research, went out looking for pretty rocks and fishing. And Jim is working on his underground copper deposit.
I was crocheting a bath mat. Does that count for anything?
I suppose so. Um, no, not really, Terry. Lousy, Chris. Didn't get any fish this weekend. Had a good time at Canyon Ferry because the fish were right there, and I'm literally practically banging them over the head with the bait. It was hilarious. But been thinking about a digging machine for a rather cemented place. Is this surface or underground?
Cemented placer is my guess.
Yeah, it could be placer. That would make sense.
Yeah, autocorrect sucks. Change your.
But so again, what are you looking, surface or underground? How much per hour? Things like that are important. A good demolition hammer will work fine for small quantities.
Yep.
But if you're going to be digging bigger, one thing that I've seen, Ditch Witch makes this little ride-on front-end loader sort of thingy that looks really sweet for certain underground applications, but I think it's gasoline powered. If it's diesel powered, you could probably do it without too much trouble. But have you ever seen one?
Like the Dingo or that Toro's got, or
I don't know what
little track machine you can stand on.
you stand on the back of it. Yeah. And
I thought about buying one because it's for opening some of these portals. It'd be really handy with a little 36-inch bucket.
Yeah. Old Dirty Goat says it's called a Dingo.
Dingo, yeah.
Yep.
That was originally designed in Australia, and now there's lots of companies. The Chinese have some really neat ones too that actually will they'll load themselves even. They got a bucket on them.
Yeah.
Like a dump box.
Oh, okay.
And they'll load themselves even. There's some really neat little stuff they've come out, and they can be changed to propane. So you could run them underground, easy. You can change the gasoline over to propane.
I'm not sure. I know the diesel works underground.
No
It would seem like
propane.
because they use propane in warehouses
Right.
and stuff.
Propane
so-
can be run underground too.
All right, I have a stupid question.
Okay.
Why does diesel work underground and gasoline does not?
Gasoline creates too much carbon monoxide.
So diesel actually creates less carbon monoxide?
Doesn't create any.
Mm-hmm.
Diesel only creates soot.
Yep.
Wow. So that makes it sound like diesel's actually greener than gas.
The
In
old
some ways, yeah.
muckers are getting hard to find, and the few that I've found that are in running condition, they want a fortune for. Short of going to a bigger one that's a 1-yard machine or something. But I opened some portals, and that's what I used is a little ride up, stand behind, walk behind skid loader, and it works slick.
Yeah, Chris has a good point. Problem with propane is what happens if you have a propane leak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then you got a fire hazard, but
Run!
I mean, yeah, but propane can be used inside buildings.
Yeah.
The fire danger, just something you definitely got to pay attention to. You want airflow.
Yeah, but I guess they did make muckers with tracks on them too, not just the ones with the railroad
Yeah, and
wheels,
I've
right?
seen, to find one though, that'd even be worth probably rebuilding and working on.
Hello, Adam. How's it going? We're getting a little bit toward the end here. Kalicha, give me. Yeah, everyone's doing fine,
Hi, Adam.
and we're
Yeah.
just tired.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Busting concrete, shingling. I've been working, welding. Let's see, 3 days welding,
Oh.
1 day busting
So
concrete.
it's been good.
1 day
It's all been
shingling.
good exercise though.
Ask
Oh, yeah.
Adam
Little
about
at a
the
time.
fluorescent rocks.
Who? Adam?
Adam?
Wouldn't he know about them?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I know we've got somebody around here that does geology.
Well, I think you're thinking Alex.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Zioxio.
He hasn't been on here lately.
Yeah, I don't
Monday nights probably not work.
recall Adam's bona fides at this point. He's not one that I just. Yeah, you try. I understand. We spent most of this week doing stuff instead of mining. Although building the that impact.
Oh, yeah, that was mining.
Kind of mining.
Kind of mining. Manufacturing mining equipment.
Yeah, we took a lot more video than that, so we can also make an instructional video on how to build one.
Right.
If you have my set of plans and the key to get to the video, haha, hint. But I just threw that together really quickly. I mean, what would you say, about 20 minutes of editing was all, little one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in about 20 minutes. So it's pretty crappy, but oh well.
Got out there.
Adam's in training. Got some fluorescent materials. 2 rocks. This one fluoresces orange. A nice dull, not translucent, kind of an opaque orange. It doesn't glow. It just looks orange under thing. And there's this one here.
That one fluoresces hot pink.
The fluoresces pink. Both of them have a hardness in excess of my knife blade. This one is softer than a tungsten carbide tooth on a saw blade,
The other
but
one,
not by
the way,
much.
The other one, by the way, fluoresces a deep, vibrant pink, not a soft pink.
A deep, vibrant pink.
Yeah, like a hot pink.
Hello, Scotty Get. How many hours do you have in construction on, Bob? 2 guys. 5, 10. How much potatoes put together the next day? About an hour?
Yeah, give or take. So
Probably 2 guys, about 10, 11 hours. We were using a stick welder instead of a MIG, which sucks. We were using a grinder instead of plasma cutter to bevel steel plates, which sucks. If we had a plasma cutter and a MIG gun, I'm guessing we could have done it in maybe half the time.
I could have shortened up probably 3 hours. I'll bet I could have cut out of that with a good MIG, a good gun.
Yeah. Yeah. And Terry, that's what you see on your monitor or your phone or whatever. It's not what's actually visible to the human eye. The camera is not giving you an accurate readout. Trust me. Is the first one metallic? This one? No, it looks to me like tan quartz. I mean, neither one of them are metallic. Both of them have the kind of luster and surface appearance of quartz. They're both rounded to, well, I guess you'd call it sub-round, but they're pretty well water polished. No, we didn't have an oxyacetylene torch either. Chris, we didn't have any of that stuff. We had to do it the hard way.
My service truck, Chris, is up on the mountain with my other equipment in 3 feet of snow yet.
Plagioclase or orthoclase, I don't think those have a hardness of 7. My knife blade will not touch them. I agree, it would look like that otherwise. I'm pushing really, really hard. See, no scratch at all. Neither one scratches at all with the knife blade. This one I was able to test with a tungsten carbide saw blade tooth,
and it did scratch, although I had to push pretty hard. You know.
I don't know if that would work, Chris or Jeff, or not.
I would think it would work,
Cemented plaster,
but
gravel.
MSHA and OSHA are not going to be happy with you because stuff is going to be flying all over. If you had a really substantial shield, like say they do on a rototiller,
yeah,
you might be able to pull that one off.
First thing that came to my mind is a rototiller, but I don't know.
Yeah. If you're just trying to break it up and then get it somewhere else, a demolition hammer will break it into chunks.
Yeah.
And then we got it at the White Earth Campground on Canyon Ferry, Jimmy. It's just north of Townsend. You go into Canyon Ferry right at Winston, and that's it. Oh, that's possible, Ed.
Yeah.
But you know what she really likes? She likes the county recorder's office, the old maps and stuff. She really likes that stuff. Yeah, it's possible. But they make their own hammer mill. I'm not sure he'd want to. If he liked what I did, I don't think he'd probably want to give me an honest review. And if he didn't like it, I don't think I'd want an honest review. But yeah, no, they've got a somewhat different methodology, and it does somewhat different things, but it does do a great job of beating up rock. You know, someday I'd like to go over them with them. I would not be surprised if someday I go over them with some ore to have them test it out. Yep. Yeah, you'd need a shield for that, but it might work.
It could, because they do mine coal with a similar thing to a stump grinder, that with carbide teeth.
Yeah.
It could very well work depending on the rocks, how big a material you're working in. I would think you're talking fairly fine material, just breaking it apart.
Yeah.
So, basically a stump grinder type wheel, good heavy plate wheel with carbide teeth, and being able to, to alternate it back in should loosen the material up.
Yeah, you gotta, the question is it better to mine it with a continuous miner type device, or would it be better to mine it with, like, say, a demolition hammer and then throw it into a chainmill?
Yeah.
You'd have to take a look. First of all, see what's available at what cost.
How good the ground is.
How good the ground is.
Even mining it.
How much you've got to do, what's your throughput, things like that. Yeah, they have their equipment, and it looks like it's robustly made. And I don't know of any issues with them. I think on the right ore it would work great.
Yeah, exactly. The ore would determine what's going to work.
Yep. TBM. That's a little excessive, Chris. Tunnel boring machine. I'm sure it would work.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a little out of his budget, just as a guess. I think if you're going to go to that, a backhoe would work fine.
Oh, come on. The TBM sounds much cooler.
The gravel has odd sized beach ball size rocks and lots of softball. Yeah, you don't want to try and beat those rocks up with any kind of a device. You just want to remove them, and then, like a trommel would do a good job of cleaning any gold off of them.
Yeah, with some kind of a wash circuit.
Yeah. Could the pink rock be marble? No, it's not nearly hard enough to be. It's not nearly soft enough to be marble. Say this is hardness 7 or better, and that means it could be quartz, with some kind of impurities that cause it to fluoresce.
According to the interwebs, quartz is inert; it does not fluoresce.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I said, with some kind of impurities that fluoresce. Yeah. Pure quartz is also clear. So I'm not sure. Quartzite, well, it's not quartzite, I don't think. The texture doesn't appear to be that of quartzite. If it was, it's an extraordinarily fine-grained quartzite, and it would be a metaquartzite, if anything. But yeah, I see no grain at all. It looks almost amorphous. So it's microcrystalline or something to that effect. Huh. Jeff says that I'm reading a lot of messages from Chris Georgie that do not show up on his feed.
That's interesting.
I do not know, any particular dimensional stone quarries. I've been to some in the far distant past.
Robert asked here, are ball mills still used? Yes, Robert.
Oh,
they are.
enormously.
In
Absolutely.
big milling operations, they're
Yeah,
used.
they're the standard.
They're used in fertilizer production for phosphates. They're used in all kinds of things.
Yes.
And definitely for gold and silver ore. And
I say most of the big mining companies that are grinding stuff up into sand or powder, yeah, they use ball mills because they're very energy efficient. Wow, that's complicated, Scotty. If a fresh break darkens, maybe dip it or pulverize it into peroxide with clear vinegar and see if the color changes to bluish. If the heft is good, try an infrared camera. Wow, if I had one. If no cleft or structure, quartz? I don't know. Random Thought says he's on top chat. Change to live to see all the chats.
Oh, okay.
Chris says I'm on live chat. Random Thought says okay.
Yeah.
Blame by debt. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, it's not rose quartz.
No.
And rose quartz normally doesn't fluoresce. It's weird. But I say these are a little odd. I don't think they're spectacular or anything. I think they're just a little odd. They're not the usual thing. And we'll keep them around and maybe figure them out sooner or later.
Well, Chris, we are going to send you the root beer guide so you can examine it and enjoy it.
Eva wants to send you the root beer one so you can play with it.
We'll send him the root beer one and we'll keep the tan one.
Yeah, I wouldn't call any of these a sandstone.
No.
Yeah, no, there's just
No, it's too hard.
It's too hard. There's no texture. You have no clasts, as they like to call the little pieces of rock.
And we have a sandstone in my collection now, and it doesn't fluoresce.
Yeah. No, I'll say I'm not sure what this stuff is. The fact that it's hard makes it a little more unusual. There's lots of softer minerals that fluoresce, but minerals that withstand a knife blade are fairly few and far between. Chris says thank you. Oh my goodness. I'm glad we don't have to get
Chris,
up early.
I think you'll like him. Mr. Root Beer is a cute little guy.
We found it on the shore of the Canyon Ferry Reservoir, Montana, at the White Earth Campground, which has an abundance of chalk. Probably over half of all the beach is chalk. Laminated chalk,
And we found a piece of flint.
water
too.
worn,
Show him the flint there.
Have you looked at them both under magnification? Yeah, they're pretty
Tight.
They're pretty amorphous. Yep. Biochemical.
I have, as I have. Mostly selenite, gypsum,
Yeah,
tufa,
right.
calcite. Yeah, all of them much, much softer than this stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff Bybee apparently was on Top Chat instead of live chat.
Yep.
YouTube is weird. Really, really weird. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Do we have any more questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any
Does anybody want to take any bets on how much money Melinda Gates is going to get when in divorce with Bill? She stayed 25 plus years, which means under the laws in California,
Yeah.
they are guaranteeing her full equity and absolute financial parity with him in perpetuity.
Wow.
So she gets more than half of his share.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I got it random. You notice I said bidet, not bidet. Eva, have you ever heard of Frank Partham of Maine? Where's my
What are you looking for?
glasses?
Oh.
Yeah, there. Where's they made these like fluorescent chartreuse frames so I could find them? Did you get that little one? Frank Parham, Parham.
It's not ringing a direct bell.
Oh, Chris is happy for Melinda. Is anything other than shotcrete used on walls? Yes. Wire mesh and rock bolts is the most common thing. They can also use timbering and lagging and stuff, but generally rock bolts and mesh are the number one form of ground control like that. The shotcrete often goes over top of it. But yeah. Let's just hope she gets mad and says interesting things about the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Little one?
Lets it spill.
Well, there's been rumors. Yep. Yep. I have never used dowsing to find gold. I have never seen someone do it. I had one person who thought he could do it, but he couldn't. I do not find it unlikely that such a phenomenon occurs. I have simply never run into it in my personal thing.
I've used dowsing for figuring out in a placer where the mineralization, where the gravels change, and it's actually, I feel, been fairly consistent with when we actually dug it and ran the gravel, that the cutoff line was right where I put the cutoff line. So it's kind of interesting because it's not something I actually totally believed in. I've used it in excavating, to find a phone line or water lines or pool heater lines and things like that. But to actually use it in gold, it can definitely show you mineralized ground versus non-mineralized ground.
Somebody dumped a load of manure in a mine shaft, and I guess it was for dust mitigation. Any theories? My theory would be simple. They're going to use it for fertilizer to revegetate. That would be my guess.
I would agree with that.
Yep. And Chris is suggesting it might have something to do with acid mine drainage, but he was asking, was there a pile of limestone to go with the manure? Over in the Asarco Mission mine south of Tucson, big mine, to reclaim the sides of the tailings dams, where, they produced, 50,000 tons a day of tailings, something like that. But anyhow, what they did was they knocked them down to a somewhat shallower slope, and Robert MacGyver says Frank Parham. You want to look him up, little one?
I will in a minute.
Okay. But they found what they did was they had their Assar cows. And what they did was they put up an electric fence around an area, create a paddock, and then someone would bring in their cows and feed them. And the cows would be running around up and down the slopes, fertilizing it and stomping it in.
Make holes.
And then they'd move the paddock. And then the idea was they could revegetate. I'm not sure exactly how well it worked in the long run.
It would over time.
But that's what they were looking
because
to do.
It brings a lot of bacteria and things that you don't get from just fertilizer.
It, mixes it in and everything. And the idea was it was very, very cheap.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have to.
Well, that's what they use for
and
grazing land revegetation is overgraze it. Put a lot more cattle in there than are supposed to be in there.
And feed them.
Overgraze it and feed them there. And then move them, like you say, to the next paddock and do the same thing. And eventually you end up with quite a area of grazing land that really reproduces well.
Well, I have a question. When you're doing that,
they did that in the desert.
Would this be the guy that has to do with Elba tourmaline in Maine?
Yeah, probably.
It says Maine. Yep, sounds like it. But the question I have is, when you're trying to revegetate, you're trying to get a particular type of vegetation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I see around here a lot of this stupid sagebrush, which is pretty much worthless for anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to put some goats out there after the cows had done their thing, then you put some goats out to eat the sagebrush,
ideally,
and then seed it. Do you think that would do it? Because now you've got fertile, sterilized soil almost.
Part of the problem is those areas that you see sagebrush are highly mineralized areas. They're good.
And nothing else will grow anyhow.
It's a lack of water. If you can irrigate that, you can turn it into an alfalfa field.
Okay.
And that's true in Wyoming or anywhere. It's great. The sagebrush actually is a good indicator of fairly well mineralized ground as far as, for plant growth. Water is the issue. And the ground doesn't get enough water,
or doesn't
hold enough water to sustain good grass.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know Wyoming, between Wyoming and Colorado, between Yellowstone and Colorado and Wyoming, it's just nothing but sagebrush. Yeah.
Nothing, absolutely nothing in there.
Still not planning on coming back down to Arizona this year. Don't have any firm plans where I, definitely am not, but I don't have anything that will tend to get me down there that I'm aware of, and I certainly don't until fall at the earliest, because I'm heavily booked up this summer. Yeah.
Now, I did tell y'all that he gets a temporary travel visa, maybe, if he has to go down there.
Eva has me now, and Montana has her. I said, she'll give me a travel visa. But as I will also see what the situation is, part of the reason we came here was to get to a more stable socio-political situation. And I don't see Montana becoming less stable than Arizona anytime in the foreseeable future. I can see Arizona becoming much less stable than it is now, though. Ethan's going to Wyoming this summer to dig fossils.
Yeah.
If you
Ethan!
all of a sudden, Eva's your best friend.
I will give Bear a temporary travel pass to go with you, and I'll come along to keep an eye on it.
At the right times of the year, Wyoming's pretty in its own right, but yeah, it can be a desolate place.
Yeah, even Yellowstone Park is not a pretty place.
Not really.
It's interesting.
Send me a fossil. I like fossils.
Hey, Jason, you finally showed up, huh? I got your text the other day. Everything's going fine, except I'm tired because this guy here is working my ass off today, man.
Keep moving.
Uh,
We got to get in shape for mountain climbing.
yeah, I'm not climbing mountains. I'm climbing mine shafts. But
That too.
it's good exercise.
Exactly, Jeff. No,
Yeah.
that's the concept.
Oh, here, Jason, let me swing this camera over so you can see Eva. And what you do is you grab the back of it instead of the front, because if you grab the front, you can mess the focus.
I've seen that.
So anyhow, how are you doing, Jason? Building impact mills? It's for somebody in particular. He wanted one. He's just south of here, and I got a bunch of people that wanted plans, and so it all just kind of worked together. Wasn't busy doing anything else just yet, but I'm going to be busy this summer, I have a feeling. Ethan says I'll have to send Eva some fossils. I've always been a hobby of mine. I have fossils from all over the Pacific Northwest.
I love fossils. Fossils are cool. And I love crystals. If anybody has any of those, hint, hint.
Jason says, hello, Eva. I'm going to welding school in August. Well, without going into any details, that's seems like an interesting change of path there, Jason. That sounds like something interesting to talk to in the future.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to build a lot of different stuff in the long run, in theory, assuming everything works well and assuming people want to buy it. And my kind of thought was to have people in different areas, like, I got people in Australia that are interested. Well, certainly you're not going to ship a 400 or 500 pound chunk of steel over to Australia. It'd be a lot cheaper to build it there. But the idea is to have people who can build stuff, in different places to minimize shipping and like that. But yeah, that's interesting, Jason. Yeah, it's there's a lot of things you can do with welding, machining, and CAD. There's a lot of things you can do. If you're going to be I think you're in Tucson now. If so, see about Raytheon. They pay good.
There's actually some demand for good welders.
Yeah, there's lots of. If you're good at welding and machining and fabricating, there's lots of different things you can do.
That's a good one, Jason.
How come we don't have a Fusion 360? 13 months? Yeah, if it's steady, then that's a pretty thorough one then.
Yeah.
And
a whole bunch of certifications then.
The crusher pictured like the one we're selling in Tucson. No, the one I'm selling in Tucson is an action mining impact mill. I've changed the rotor design some, and it doesn't give as good a throughput as mine, but I'll sell it to you a lot cheaper. It has an electric motor, 220 volt, 5 horsepower. It's solidly built, but it doesn't have the characteristics that I need. Yeah. Let's see. The one I'm selling in Tucson is more, it would be good for testing in small batches and stuff, as opposed to small production like the one I'm building right now. If you look in my past videos a long time back, you'll see stuff about the action mining crusher. I'm so tired. mean guy. That guy right there.
I'm not mean.
Yeah, he is.
Just trying to stay busy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good exercise though. I don't know. I think
in some ways, today was more stressful physiologically than busting up the concrete, although I think the busting up the concrete was more exhausting, if you know the difference.
Yeah.
You know, my hips, my ankles and stuff.
Yeah. Well,
Where are you staying in? Where are you living now, Jason? Well, I don't know about beat your whole body, but just strain your whole body, the
Yeah.
joints especially. That's why Eva, still in Florida? Good. That's a good place to be too, as compared with many other places. Yep. No, Eva did pretty good hiking the other day because it was side hill. He was like, oh, this has to be over a mile, and I'm like, no, it's not. And it was what, maybe a third of a mile or something.
Yeah, that's side
Oh,
sloping.
come on. Remember, we
Some of that's hard to walk.
We agreed that the distance would be ×3 because of the difficulty level.
Yeah.
That's what you told me.
Yeah. But no,
So
that
it counts as a mile.
exactly, Jason. Seems to have a pretty good head on his head.
Yeah,
Head on his head?
Yeah, head on his shoulder.
I'm tired. Did I mention I'm tired? But yeah, no, it is really tough, and even worse on an actual hillside where
Slipping.
you've got
slip a
the
little.
uneven
Yep.
surfaces,
Yep.
rocks, and
Soft
it
and
was
hard, and
it
yeah.
was fairly rough, and we were on the top of a small escarpment.
yeah.
So
And there was no trail.
as screw up would be painful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. You've got Zaphod Beetlebox for a governor.
Zappo beetle. Yeah, right. Come on. Zaphod would actually be a good governor. Better than some.
Yeah, I like hiking too. I don't like hiking over flats kind of stuff. I like mountains and streams and things like that. But yeah, head on his head. Yeah. Good one, Chris. Yep.
He's slipping.
I'm tired. I'm tired. But yeah, she did really well considering. I mean, especially considering the conditions she was in 2 years ago. But I kind of keep myself in reasonable condition, and she was just thrown at it, so to speak.
Right.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
no, it's something you have to condition into.
Oh yeah.
That kind of hiking is, it gets easier, but you got to keep doing it, little by little.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm liking the
roof
work
today
this
is
week.
just
Yeah.
up and down, just enough to stretch out some calf muscles and
Yep. And I don't like working on roofs where you need a rope.
no, me either.
But
That's why I went up and looked
Wow.
at it first.
the decline it's not that bad. But what
No,
little-
that wouldn't be so bad, but
Well, apparently that person gave a speech about Amtrak and nobody can figure out what he said.
Wow.
Specifically something about Amtrak and tunnels in New York, but nobody's really sure what he was trying to say.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Let me see here. Go ahead and take over for a
11-inch
minute.
impact mill.
Uh,
He's going to look it up for you,
Wow.
Mr.
The-
Fang. He
here-
thinks that
here's
might be the one.
transcript,
Oh, boy.
And the transcript makes no sense. They're right.
huh?
Have
Oh,
you ever
Jerry.
been involved in mine cleanup operations? No, I have not.
You've done
I've
reclamation.
done some reclamation work, for our own placers that we were digging and things like that. But
Yeah, as a matter of fact, if you Google Action Mining Impact Mill and look at the top video on it. It says Action Mining Crusher Review by guess who? Hard Rock University. So yeah,
number
that
one
is
again.
that is the exact mill.
Here's the last line of the speech. Okay?
Okay, we're ready.
Imagine a 2-hour train ride between Atlanta and Charlotte going speeds of 220 miles an hour. A 2.5-hour trip between Chicago and Detroit, or faster and more regular trips between Los Angeles and Las Vegas. A route I imagine would be pretty popular on Fridays. Okay.
That doesn't sound too outrageous, although
That's the most coherent part.
yeah, Action. Is Action there? Are they in Idaho or are they up in here? In Montana?
I don't remember. No, they're not.
Somewhere
here.
up in here now. Yes.
Yeah, I saw a P.O. box for Montana for Action Mining.
Yeah. They just they were in Sandy, Oregon,
Yeah.
after Nevada, and then, or at least I think it was after
I
Nevada,
think they're in Idaho.
and I'm not sure. Yeah, I can understand, Mr. Fang. I've worked years to get this lucky.
No, we don't. Argonaut, we do not do our own fire assays. That's something I kind of thought I'd delve into a little more playing, but no.
It's on the table. We're considering this.
My principal is considering getting some assaying equipment and so we can do it ourselves if things pick up.
Yeah.
Um,
And yours truly would be learning it.
and who has the contract for that stretcher mill to Las Vegas? I couldn't imagine, but I think it probably ends in a Feinstein.
Either that or the initials are HB with all the money that he's getting from China right now.
Okay, Adam, what is a fire assay? Mining question.
Hey,
Sweet. Okay.
imagine that.
A fire assay is a method to determine how much gold is in the rock. Yes, he is, Jeff. He just did about a minute ago. In order to find out how much gold is in the rock, you essentially either have to indirectly measure it, such as atomic absorption spectrophotometry or something like that, or you actually have to extract it and measure its weight. And that is exactly what they do with a fire assay. The rock is crushed and then mixed with what's known as a flux. The flux has a number of different materials in it, but one of the big ones is called litharge, red lead oxide. And there's other things that make the rock melt at high temperature. So you put the sample and the flux blended together inside a high temperature crucible and put it in a furnace and heat it to, what is it, 1800 degrees or something?
Sometimes with gold, you have to go a little above that.
Okay.
You got to start pushing that 2000 degree mark.
Hot.
But, you know, if it's lead and silver or something, you can do it at a lot lower temp. But
Yeah.
you have to have control of temp. You have to have control of the oxygen.
Yep.
Um,
And when you're heating it with the red lead oxide, you have to have a reducing atmosphere. And they can do this a number of ways, but one of the ways you can run it fuel rich, or you can put like a little block of wood on top of the sample. And as the rock and the flux melts, the lead oxide turns to liquid lead. If you have sufficient silver, the liquid lead will dissolve the gold. If not, it won't. So they will usually add a certain known amount of silver to the assay to make sure there's enough. But anyhow, as it melts, then the gold dissolves in the lead settles to the bottom of the crucible. You then take it out of the furnace and let it cool. Then you smash the crucible, take the lead, what they call button, out of the bottom of the crucible, beat off all of the flux. They usually do that by beating it into a cube or a rough cube, and gets rid of all the flux. And then you put that on something called a cupel, which is a small disc about that big, of something called bone ash. Put it back in the furnace, but this time you're running an oxidizing atmosphere. The lead forms lead oxide, which is absorbed into the cupel, which is made out of bone ash. And as the lead oxidizes and gets sucked away, the gold and silver in the lead are condensed higher and higher and higher concentrations until finally there's a little bead left over that is a lead silver alloy. It can have other impurities in it. Sorry, yeah, gold silver alloy. Thank you, good little one. I'm tired. Anyhow, so then they will weigh that bead, smash it flat, dissolve it in nitric acid to get rid of the silver, and then weigh it again. By doing that, you determine how much silver and how much gold was in that sample of rock. And they can do this with, in my opinion, amazing precision. But yeah, that's essentially what a fire assay is. There's a lot of complexity to it. It's kind of like saying, what is a car? A car is this thing that's got an engine in the front, a transmission and wheels, and you get in it and you drive. There's a little more complexity than that, but that's the basic thing. Okay, let's see. Hey, Keith. First time I've seen you tonight. Talked about Los Angeles and Nevada. Playing pay out of friends, only more nationals. Yeah, pretty much I would agree, Keith.
Hey, Keith.
Yes. Oh. I'm tired.
Okay.
Yeah, what?
Okay.
Yeah,
You're
what?
now, you're now having transient Alzheimer's knowledge.
Been a long day.
My name's Keith.
Been a long day.
You know, you're the only one that calls me Bear.
Bear,
Yes.
have I ever called you by your given name?
I don't recall you ever doing so. If you did, it would have been in a situation where you were sending me a coded message that something is wrong.
Sport's got a question
You know?
there that's interesting.
Does anyone have experience with diatomaceous earth filters? I've got gold in suspension. Well, the problem with using a diatomaceous earth filter for gold in suspension is you're going to wind up with your gold in a lot of diatomaceous earth.
Yep.
There's some very tight fiber filters that would probably, good night, Chris, do a better job for what you're doing, which is try and filter it out and then recover it in some manner. A diatomaceous earth filter, you're just going to trade one problem for another. You could just, evaporate the water or let it settle forever.
Now, some people
Things like that.
use
There's a
shock
second
towels
part to his
make towels.
question there. Don't want to poke the bear with cyanide.
It can, but it depends. Now, Montana B, which I'm currently working on, yes, it has the same problem. And yes, it is in suspension. But you need to know the particle size of the gold and a few other things too.
Some things people have suggested include blue paper shop towels on a roll and coffee filters.
Yeah. Yes, shop towels was one of the suggestions that seemed to work pretty good. Eva Keith wants to know did you get his suggestion to enjoy a few days at the state law library? You would love it.
Not yet.
What, Matt, with regards to smelting? Not sure. Do you mean like matte as an MATTE?
I'm thinking material probably.
Oh Lord, that's not fun, Adam. I say, in terms of smelting, there's different fluxes.
Right.
What's that one? Boy, my brain's not working too well. It got a name on it, something or other flux.
Oh,
That's
the guy from Florida.
a minus 600 to 1,000. That's not that horrible. Yeah, mine's below 2,000. You should be able to just filter that and do something with it there. But you really have to figure out a lot more detail as to what's going on. If all of your gold is in the slimes floating around in the water and most of the rock isn't, then by filtering the slimes, you got a good concentration and you might be able to get a high enough concentration that you can tank leach it. You don't need to use cyanide to leach gold. There's other things that'll do it. Aside from Macroeconomics, which has its own problems, there's things like thiosulfate, thiourea, and such like that.
I think Chris has a good one there. That size could come out with.
Yeah, centrifuge hydro. There's 600 to 1,000 mesh is fine. I would say you're getting into what's known as microfine. I can recover 600 mesh with my concentrator. I don't know about 1,000 mesh, but
Yeah, but your concentrator is super cool.
part of the pour. Okay, the slag. It looks kind of like glass, and it floats to the top, and the lead goes to the bottom. And I say it's.
Sometimes slag
It
is
usually looks pretty black and glassy.
More obsidian looking.
Mm-hmm.
If you're using carbon in your smelt,
I think iron makes it look black too.
it could very well.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about, Argonaut, when you said matte. Yeah, matte means you've got the wrong mix of chemicals to what you're doing. And yes, adjust the flux and refire. Absolutely. Chris has got you right. And when it comes to the adjustment he's suggesting, he's probably right. I don't know, but Chris usually doesn't tell you something he doesn't know.
Increase. I would say the same thing, Chris. Increase the borax.
Chris is
And
our
see if
resident rocket surgeon.
And see if that doesn't help you. Because I know in smelting gold a few times I had to re-smelt it to, and play with my formulation also. Trying to get it, get the gold out of it. Otherwise you'll carry some gold in your, in your mat.
When he says add massive oxygen, it basically means just stick an iron rod in it.
A nail.
Drop
a nail in it if you think you need to increase the iron.
Yeah.
Because the nail, it will help take that out of there as it melts also.
Your tailings water after your Falcon runs 3 ounces per ton. Well, yeah, I'd filter that and then play around with that a bit. But yeah, there's ways of dealing with it. 3 ounces per ton, you could definitely do a tank leach with something like thiosulfate, thiourea.
Right, something legal or
Yeah.
easier to handle.
Oh, I think I'm burning out here.
Drink more, Bear.
The one that's not drink right now. I'm just burned. Been a long day. This guy's an asshole, man.
Oh, come on. You know you love it.
You want to know something really scary, little one?
What?
The
phone ring that he has? The same one Kirk has.
Robert, yes. Gold can be in a gneiss with pyrite.
Nice.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, if there's iron pyrite there could be gold.
Yes.
Yep. Yep.
I keep telling him I'm a good guy too.
Well, if
Look
you
at
got
Chris.
the
How's
same-
your falcon tuned? What's your orifice angle and
Right,
diameter?
right.
Is there anything this guy doesn't know?
Anyhow.
Of course.
You're
not.
welcome, Argonaut.
Chris is our resident rocket surgeon. He knows everything.
Yeah.
I think it's SULFATE. And sodium thiosulfate is the chemical.
And then there's thiourea, UREA. You can Google both of those with respect to leaching of gold.
Fertilizer.
Yeah. Good. That's excellent, Adam.
You bet. More education.
Well, yeah, get some hands-on too.
Yep,
That's really, really useful.
Well, what's
Yeah.
he doing?
He got hired by K-State Geology Department for this summer.
Woohoo!
Yep.
Cool.
And everyone's congratulating him.
You bet.
You gotta check in occasionally and tell us all the cool stuff you're
Yeah,
doing.
keep
Right.
us up to date on how that goes.
Anyone remember what precipitant to use for Tarnax thiourea? I'm not sure
For certain, what's that one? Metabisulfite? The sodium metabisulfite or something?
I
like that?
can't remember. I've read some of those.
Okay,
studies,
Chris,
and it's
what do you
just-
do to precipitate from thiourea? You can also use halides. Yeah, bromine, chlorine, iodine. Yep.
Yeah.
Sodium metabisulfate. Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things which will dissolve gold. It depends on exactly what's with it also. Zinc powder will also cement the gold correct. Oh, Chris makes me feel so inadequate.
He's
He's a genius.
definitely studies.
Oh yeah, he's smart.
He's a freaking genius. We all know this.
I'm not sure how well smelting activated carbon works, and I'm not sure how well activated carbon would work with the thios. No, thiosulfate activated carbon will not work. Okay, you'd have to use a resin. Thiosulfate does not allow it to bind to the carbon, and that comes in very handy when you have a carbonaceous ore. So, yep. I have no idea what cider stone is.
I don't either.
But yeah, activated carbon is not going to work with the thiosulfate or thiourea leach. Probably would on a bromine leach. I mean, on a halide leach. Definitely does on a cyanide leach.
Yeah.
Volcanic cinder. Oh, okay. I'm not sure how well the cinder works. You know, it's got a high surface area, but I think you still have to coat it with something. I'm not sure the cinder itself would bind. Now, if you're just dealing with gold in suspension, you don't have too many solids, you're just looking to filter it out and then smelt it, that might work. I don't think basalt's going to make good cinder. It has to have a lot of pore space to be considered cinder. Most basalts have pretty low gas volumes, but you want something that's very, very pore, sponge-like. And I'm not sure if basalts do that. I'm thinking you're probably going to be more into an andesite, but I'm not sure. Not my specialty. My specialty is cleaning roofs.
Yeah. Huh.
I can't assert that he's incorrect, but I don't. It's nothing I know is correct.
Oh, by the way, Bear,
Yeah.
another study came out that taking too many antacids, like Tums, can cause a negative feedback loop so that you become more dependent on them.
Well, that would not surprise me.
Just letting
What
you
are
know.
some other basic uses for cyanide, I presume? The one I know, of course, is leaching gold and silver. I'm thinking. I'm so tired.
It's a very good chemical weapon.
Poison.
Yeah, you can use it for executions and stuff.
Well, they use it in rat poison and stuff.
No, strychnine is what you use.
Strychnine is rat
Strychnine,
poison.
Use turmeric, yeah.
When do report cards come out? Will I pass?
Well, that all depends on how much you give to the teacher.
Actually, it depends more on how many cool rocks and crystals you send to the tinfoil hat goddess.
Tinfoil hat goddess. I like that.
Offerings of crystals to the tinfoil hat goddess may or may not ensure passing grade.
That's good. I like that. The tinfoil hat goddess. Yeah.
Chris says an intermediate in many numerous chemical process.
Yeah,
Many
it's
numerous. That
used.
was me, not him.
Yeah, it's used in stuff.
Oh, I think the LOLs have to do with the tinfoil hat goddess, not the cyanide. Just guessing. There's a lot of L's and O's running around right now, little one.
Well, excuse me, I am the goddess of tinfoil here.
Yeah.
Well, you're the only goddess in this room, that's for sure. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's used as either an attractant or suppressant. I forget which. Yeah, I've heard of that too. It's used to adjust how well certain minerals like to float. But I forgot exactly how it was used. Oh, I think we're going to have to wind this up here pretty quick. I'm just going to go lay down in the bed and you can take over. Just hit end stream when you're done. You know?
Well, we can sure do that. End it here and call it a night.
Any other questions? This is some good
We're right
late
at 4
questions.
hours there, so.
Yep.
It's a promoter for gold. By promoter, you mean a collector or attractant?
Yeah, thanks for being here, everybody, and another good night. Some good questions.
Yeah. Yeah. What is that emoji?
I'm not sure. Z is sleep.
Yes.
Let me see.
Yeah, he's right. It's Z's.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
sleeping. Z's.
Z's.
Bear does not speak emoji, people.
No, I don't.
Well, hopefully we'll see y'all back next Monday night.
hopefully we'll have some really fun stuff to talk about then too.
Yeah.
And we got some interesting stuff coming up here. It's starting to get busy. Definitely starting to get busy here. Oh, alrighty. I'm gonna call it here. Need any hold timer help? Keep an eye out, as we may at some time.
Yeah, we might sooner or later.
Thank you, Random Thoughts. And you make stannous chloride for testing golden solution just from tin and hydrochloric acid. Chris!
Argonaut.
I kind of think so. I think that's what Chris said, but I'm not sure. Thanks, everyone. We appreciate it. Hey, Chris. Argonaut was asking about stannous chloride there. Yes, Argonaut. There you go. Told you. Ask Chris. Thank you, Robert. We try.
Yeah, we're having fun doing this too.
Eva's the humor sniper out there. She just waits for a good target and then launches one, you know. You're welcome, Anderson.
Are you casting asparagus at me again?
No. All righty.
Somebody has to be the voice of reason.
Thanks,
around here.
everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. End the stream.